guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A shooting at Kentucky State University in Frankfort on Tuesday afternoon left one student dead, another critically injured. Police say a suspect is in custody. The university confirms the incident happened on the South Campus. Governor Andy Beshear is asking for prayers for all those affected. President Trump is pushing Democrats to join Republicans and address the rising health care costs.
Trump spoke from the White House.
What I'm going to do is, if the Democrats go along with it, I want the money to be paid to the people to go out and buy their own health care.
Republicans in Congress have been struggling to secure bipartisan legislation that will head off the Affordable Care Act subsidies set to expire at the end of the year. About 22 million Americans will see a spike in premium costs if that happens. On Monday, Trump said he wants a fix of the system instead of extending the ACA subsidies once again. Trump says the Democrats' plan of extending the subsidies only enriches insurance companies. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Prosecutors have detailed the case against Luigi Mangione, accused of assassinating United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. Police arrested him after a 5-day manhunt, finding a forged ID and a backpack with a loaded gun and suppressor. Mangione has pled not guilty, facing state and federal charges, some carrying the death penalty, as his defense seeks to suppress evidence. Congress is taking aim at online predators. At a bipartisan Senate judiciary hearing, parents shared emotional stories, including Tamia Woods, whose children were victims of sextortion, scammers using nude photos of teens to demand money.
We can make sure that we have your back no matter what. I would give anything to have my son back.
Lawmakers report over 33,000 sextortion cases in 2024 and plan 3 new bills to better protect kids online. Wall Street closed lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 179 points. The S&P 500 dropped 6 points, and the Nasdaq gained 30 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
The Trump administration says they have reached a settlement with Missouri to shut down President Biden's SAVE student loan repayment plan. The deal would block new enrollments and move current borrowers into other repayment programs. The SAVE plan has been frozen since February after courts sided with several Republican-led states challenging its legality. Texas State University is using AI to detect liberal bias in classrooms. Associate Vice Provost Jeff Hausman.
We are making sure that our titles and our course descriptions are presenting inquiry rather than advocacy.
Professors were shown a video directing them to adopt an ideologically neutral tone, with the software flagging words like culturally diverse, decolonizing, and justice-oriented as potential red flags. Australia's child social media ban goes into effect.
It's the first of its kind in the world. The nation is restricting social media accounts for children younger than 16. The ban covers platforms from Meta like Facebook and Instagram, as well as apps like Snapchat, TikTok, X, formerly Twitter, YouTube, and others. The Australian government says it's protecting children from predatory algorithms. I'm Michael Kastner.
Former Vice President Kamala Harris is dismissing speculation about a 2028 presidential bid. She says she's focused on her historic figure status. A marble bust of Harris is set for display in Congress. I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
What do you say? Cue the microphone. It is showtime once again. Here we go. Everybody ready for a new day? Here comes a Wednesday. Hump Day, as we refer to it, midweek. Shall we turn the page on the calendar? Yeah, already 10th day of December. Yeah, 15 days. Christmas Day. It's the holiday season. All right, so welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. A cloudy night, 43 degrees outside the secret bunker. We've actually warmed up. We're double where we were, say, 24 hours ago. Just kind of anticipating some of the really cold stuff in the coming days. Again, that old term, the polar vortex, comes back into play. A couple more bouts between now and Christmas. But starting things off, we've got these quick-moving Alberta Clippers bringing some slippery conditions to the northern tier of the country. We have some snow continuing to fall eastern North Dakota. Yeah, right through central portions of Minnesota. Most of northern and heavier snow begins to come into play over eastern portions of Wisconsin. At this hour, Milwaukee looks to be right about the dividing line. Snow versus maybe some freezing rain, sleet, possibly in the mix. Now, we've seen some plain old rain in Chicago. Light showers through southern Iowa, northern Missouri. More rain through much of northern Indiana. Yeah, that's all rain at this hour. Michigan, you are in the transition zone. Southwest Michigan, a little mixed bag there. It's snow through the southern half of that state. So these quick hitting storms coming out of western Canada will continue to streak along right on through the rest of the week and into the weekend, bringing waves of Arctic air with each passing front. At least one of them this weekend could bring the first measurable snowfall to some areas near the mid-Atlantic and the New England coastal areas. But more snow and bitterly cold winds on the way for millions across the Midwest and the Northeast this week. Winds are going to be a big story, obviously, for our high-profile vehicles out there. Yeah, wiggle wagons are really going to be wiggling. We're talking gusts approaching 90 miles per hour through the front range of the Rockies, areas, say, west of Denver, and on up into, take you into the southern Laramie Range there in Wyoming. You've got wind warnings that are in effect until 5 o'clock Friday morning Mountain Time, off and on. What we have, winds 35 to 55 miles per hour, gusting up to 90 through this evening. Then a possible short break. Winds 35 to 50, gusts then up to 75 miles per hour from later Wednesday into early Friday. So big time. I mean, this is going to really be impacting transportation, high-profile vehicles, campers, tractor trailers. Yeah, no doubt the first storm in this series, they tell us, is going to be the largest in terms of aerial snow coverage. It'll take the most northerly track of the group, though. This storm traveling from North Dakota this evening to the lower peninsula of Michigan by Wednesday morning, then exiting by way of the St. Lawrence Valley along the New England and Quebec border by Thursday morning. We expect this clipper to drop 3 to 6 inches of snow from North Dakota through Tuesday night, eventually reaching all the way to upstate New York and Vermont by late Wednesday night. Parts of Wisconsin, Michigan could be blanketed in a fresh foot of snowfall. That wintry mix, snow, sleet, freezing rain, in some cases plain old rain, occurring to the south of the all-snow zone. Even, of course, a thin coating of ice can make hazardous travel conditions. The wintry mix zone will encompass Chicago, Milwaukee, Detroit, as well as the Cleveland metro areas. Winds are forecast to be exceptionally high into Tuesday night over the northern and central portions of the plain as this first clipper swings through. 40-mile-per-hour winds will be common. On the southern and western flanks of the midweek storm here, big-time winds howling from the eastern slopes of the Rockies in Montana, as we just mentioned, Wyoming, and northern Colorado, eventually spreading into parts of Iowa, Minnesota, Missouri. AccuWeather forecasters say winds could gust approaching 100 miles per hour in that zone. Gusty, a bit less forceful winds shifting further to the east as that first clipper moves along through the day here on Wednesday. It'll be common to see 40, 45 mile per hour winds from the Ohio Valley all the way to the mid-Atlantic through the day ahead. A few gusts may be higher along the shores of the Great Lakes in some of the flat open areas, through the gaps of the mountains or in the concrete canyons, the large buildings in some of the bigger cities. Gusts could approach 70 miles per hour. Meanwhile, as the Arctic air rushes in following the clipper today, here comes our lake effect snow machine downwind of the Great Lakes once again. Further away, flurries, snow showers, and some heavy squalls will extend into portions of the Ohio Valley and the Appalachians. These bursts of lake effect snow will leave roads slippery and hazardous after they're cleared from the storm system. Some of these fast-moving snow squalls moving across the interstates can reduce visibility, coating the interstate in a matter of minutes. And we see a lot of those multi-vehicle incidents in those kind of scenarios. The next clipper gathering snow over portions of the Canadian Rockies to Montana Wednesday night to Thursday. A small part of that storm is going to race southeastward across the northern and central plains Thursday, reaching the Ohio Valley Friday. Indianapolis and Cincinnati, they tell us, may be on the receiving end of a light covering of snow. Models are kind of betwixt and between. By Friday evening, snow will extend to the Appalachians from Kentucky and West Virginia to Virginia and Maryland, up to the spine of the Appalachians. You could see a coating or a couple of inches. After blanketing part of the Appalachians, the first part of that storm could kind of fizzle out before reaching the Atlantic seaboard. If it's able to tap into enough moisture, snow may extend all the way to the coast in the mid-Atlantic and southern New England. The second and larger part of the storm will follow hours later this weekend across the plains, southern portions of the Great Lakes, the Ohio Valley states, and the Appalachians. Here comes another surge of Arctic air. This part of the storm is going to try to strengthen as it reaches the Atlantic coast Saturday night into Sunday. Air may be cold enough for snow or a wintry mix of sleet and rain. Due to the fact the coldest air may be delayed a bit near the coast, it's not a sure bet that you'll see snow along the I-95 corridor this weekend. But any way you look at it, with one storm versus the other, or even if a wintry mix is involved, there's the potential for that first accumulating snow of the season along the I-95 corridor, Philadelphia to New York City and Boston this weekend. Obviously, motorists and airline passengers are going to have to be prepared for more periods of snow and travel delays in the Northeast. All right. Meanwhile, out west, the atmospheric river continues to bring torrential rains and flooding to the northwestern corridor, just as the case was 24 hours ago. We were talking rain falling from Salem, Oregon, into Seattle, on up into Vancouver, British Columbia. It's almost identical. Rain, and more rain really beginning to add up. They call it the atmospheric river, bringing concentrated heavy rain right on into Thursday. Sometimes they call it the Pineapple Express, and that's where you have rain extending from west of Hawaii all the way to the northwestern USA. That's what the radar's depicting tonight. Some low-lying roads along the streams and rivers could be blocked by high water. In some cases, the flooding and the mudslide risk may be extreme enough to prompt some evacuations there. Motorists should expect hazardous travel with rounds of heavy rain. Conditions may deteriorate at the Seattle-Tacoma International Airport. Could see some delays there. But multiple rivers in the Washington Cascades are already at moderate to major flood stage. Multiple rivers downstream of Mount Rainier are expected to approach or could actually break some record levels that haven't been observed in some 75 years for some. The Snohomish River in Washington forecast to set a new record height, 35.3 feet, coming up on Friday. The gauge at Snohomish has been in service since 1949, they tell us. The Grays River at Covered Bridge near Roseburg, Washington, set a new record Monday night of this week, 33.36 feet. That gauge has been in service since 2005. Previous record was set back in 2007. Several locations along other rivers are forecast to crest within a foot, say, of record highs. There's a large zone in the Pacific Northwest, including the city of Portland, forecast to receive anywhere from 4 to 8 inches. Going back to Monday and on into Wednesday night, in that zone, pockets where 8 to 12 inches of rain will be coming down. Of course, in the Cascades, many feet of snow. As the temperatures fluctuate, avalanche risks will be a concern. Fortunately for the motorists traveling over the passes, aside from the winds, the freezing levels should generally be high enough that most of these storms bring rain rather than snowfall. But there you go, looking around the country as we kick off a new day. It is 844-844-3388.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Once again, Philly Dan joins us out of the box. Good morning from the city of brotherly love. Hello to Josh. Where are we at tonight, Tank? Good morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Happy Hope Day. 36 degrees in Grants, New Mexico. We're headed over to Santa Rosa. Then it's back to Banning, California. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day. All right. Hello to Marianne saying good morning to all the listening friends. Where's Shorty tonight? Let me see. I-77 northbound Whiteville, Virginia. 28 degrees. Columbus bound. 4 hours behind yesterday. Only an hour, 15 minutes late for the first stop. Made it on time for stop number 2, the last stop. So, finally back on schedule. Now we got to get ready for the next snowstorm. It's a coming. You're right, Shorty. Hello to Jerry Hollifield. It's been a while. Central Alabama, 38 degrees tonight. Have a great show, Steve. Thank you so much. Good to have you on board. There's Country Bumpkin. Hello to the Overnight Drive family. Country Bumpkin checking in. He's also waiting on the snow. There's Rock Pick. Morning, Steve. Truckers, third shift workers, and wise old night owls. Currently, Rochester International Airport, overcast 34 degrees. All right, happy hump day, all you hard-working America. Alexa says 16 days till Christmas. Ho, ho, ho. Almost time for more turkey and football. But first, go Navy, beat Army. Drivers, watch out for the other drivers. Stay safe out there. There's Eskimo Mom. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Hump Day, Wednesday, whatever day. 15 days, 15 sleeps, I guess it is, until Christmas. How about 101 days till spring in the Mid-America Truck Show a few days after that? Isn't that something? It's already rolling around. Hey, we're back in the saddle after taking a staycation, but it ended up being very expensive. New brakes for the car, new gentures for the husband, after a dog found the top plate and mistook it for a chew treat. A chew treat. Oh, boy. All right, we got the regular run tonight. Cloudy, windy. It's a balmy 47 degrees, though. And where are you at? Messio, Kentucky. All right. Hello to the Beach Bum. Back on board, back in the saddle after our 5-day Bahamas cruise. Hope you enjoyed that. We're at a cool 53 degrees here in the great state of Florida tonight. Michael says, rain at the moment at his home 20 there in mid-Michigan. Larry checks in. Good afternoon. Hammer down 31 Platkill, New York. We're off to Schenectady tonight. Hello to Captain Snacky. Morning, Steve. The overnight family, 44, windy here in downtown Indianapolis at this hour. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Hello, Pappy. The midnight hour. What day is it? It's not official until Horse Feathers makes it so. 43 degrees on the cruiser dash cam. Gusty winds kind of picking up. But yeah, we're over 20 degrees warmer than we were this time last night. All right, just a few moments late to the party, but hey, be safe, carry on, let's roll. There's Jeffrey checking in from southern Florida tonight. Buckeye Boys in the house. Roy checks in from northwest Illinois. Farewell to Taco Tuesday. Hello, Hump Day. They're calling for 40, 50-mile-an-hour winds here. We're at 41 degrees right now, so a lot of that 17 inches of snow that we got from the past few days is indeed melting down here in northwest Illinois. All right, good morning, Steve. The Puddle Pirate rolling southbound 95, headed for Charleston, South Carolina. Buckeye Boy, Ackworth, Georgia, 36 degrees tonight, a little cool there. I had a pretty good scare with my right eye yesterday. Now, Monday, I noticed something wasn't right with it. I had some little floaters in it, and when I got up, they were a lot bigger. I was going into the eye doctor to get my new lenses, so I asked the doctor if he could see me. I did a bunch of tests, said it was possible I had a partially detached retina. Made an appointment immediately for an eye retina specialist, which was about 20 miles away in Cartersville. After all the paperwork, they said I need a referral from my primary physician, who I and the office attendant spent an hour trying to get a hold of without success. Doctor said he would see me anyway. We'll work it out with the insurance later. But after several tests, diagnosed that the jelly that is the cornea and attached to the backside of the retina had pulled away, causing those floaters. No immediate danger that he could see of the retina detaching or me losing my sight in that eye from fog or something like that. The cause, possibly several different factors, age or diabetes. He did say the floaters would get better in maybe a week or two. And I'll go back on January the 6th. Very relieved, though, but still annoyed that this all happened. Every day is an adventure, isn't it? All right, Buckeye boy, good to have you on board. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. All right, news break about a minute away. I believe we will make it official shortly here. What day is it anyway? 10th day of December. All right, we'll get some of the industry headlines, more acquisitions in the trucking industry. This is a pretty big one we'll fill you in on in regards to Hogan Transportation. Other industry headlines as well. And, of course, officials from the FMCSA are going to meet in Kansas City, Missouri here in a few days, and they're asking for the input from the men and women behind the wheel. They're going to be exchanging ideas on improving highway safety. All the details coming your way just ahead. First, get behind the wheel of a new truck with TEL's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit tel360.com today.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A shooting at Kentucky State University leaves one person dead and another critically injured. Police say the suspect is in custody. The campus was locked down. Officials say it has now been secured. The incident is neither a mass shooting nor a random attack. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear is asking for prayers for those affected. Congressional Democrats are raising alarms over ICE raids sweeping up U.S. citizens. A new Senate report includes dozens of victim interviews, including Californians. Congressman Robert Garcia warns that nobody is safe.
We know of over 170 U.S. citizens that have been detained by ICE.
One man from Hollywood says he was arrested at a Home Depot for filming a raid, despite proving his citizenship. Wall Street closed mostly lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 179 points. The S&P 500 dropped 6 points, and the Nasdaq gained 30 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, a brand new day. Rolling our way from time zone to time zone. We shall turn the page on the calendar. 10th day of December. Yeah, I don't know. What day is it?
No, I guess we're got a couple normal weeks in a row here, so I guess it really would be. Hey, Mike. What day is it, Mike?
Again.
What day is it?
Hey, hump day
again
already. Yep.
And again, and I guess we got what, two more, and then we'll be on the eve of the big fat man in the red suit coming. But how'd that happen? But anyway, so you're talking about takeovers out there. Have you heard much about this takeover of the brothers Warner? That they're supposed to be having Netflix and Paramount fighting over seeing who's going to have ownership of them?
Yes. I don't know. I guess there's some concerns about, what is the term? That they'd have a monopoly? That it'd be too big?
You think?
Yeah.
Don't you? I remember. What was it? Was it the 70s or the 80s? We had this thing called Ma Bell. That was, the telephone service where you had this little box that either sat on your desk or table, or this little box that hung on a wall that had this accordion type cord attached to it with a handle. And imagine one end you could hear people talking, and the other end you talked into, so the people at the other end could hear you. Did you know those things were called a telephone, Your Honor?
And do you know? You remember?
Did you have the?
You remember the days when Ma Bell would charge you $3 a minute to be talking to somebody?
Oh, hey, do you remember the days when you used to dial? I don't remember if you could just dial 0 and ask the operator for directory assistance, or if you had to dial 411. But you actually had to pay for directory assistance for them to tell you what somebody else's number was.
Right.
And But yeah, all the good old days of things of that, and of course, I don't know. Did you ever have one with a crank on the side? Did you have to crank yours up to warm it up to make it work?
I'm not quite that old. No.
But you had the one there. You had to stick your finger in the hole and the hole and spin it around and
rotary
and then
dial.
Let it spin back and
rotary dial,
rotary phone,
and if you were lucky enough, when you got a little bit older, and they came out with those cords where you could actually get from one side of the kitchen to the other while you were on the phone still.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Hey, I had a friend that had a sister that could take it all the way through the living room, all the way into her bedroom. I mean, but that was because they had the long extension on the unit itself. So the unit itself went halfway across the room from the wall, and then the bungee one got stretched right out straight to all the way into her bedroom. But that's a whole nother story, and how I know it went to. Well, now we won't even go there with that. How do we get on this, Your Honor? Anyways, so Monopoly there. So, you know what I think would be really cool? Well, actually, what would be really just is if Warner Brothers actually got taken over and run by the government. Now, can you imagine all them left-leaning movie star people and all that out there working for Warner Brothers and then having to work for the government because the government took over Warner Brothers? Or the only other thing I could see better than that to make all their heads explode would be, what would happen if Elon Musk bought Warner Brothers? Can you imagine all that movie star people trying to work for Elon Musk? There's something to consider, isn't it?
Talk about heads exploding.
Yeah, they definitely, they'd be all trying to go out there and join Rosie O'Donnell, and who was the other one that went to Ireland that now doesn't want to be in Ireland anymore? There's somebody that went to Ireland.
DeGeneres.
But, yeah. So, anyway, but as far as the FMCSA wants to go, how to make things better out here, all you got to do is look back to, in my opinion, you look back to COVID, and when they made everybody stay home except for the essential workers and the people that decided they wanted to go out and treat the roads like they were their own private racetracks because officers weren't stopping anybody because nobody wanted to be in contact with anybody. The speeds have not come down since COVID by much. I mean, the exponential increase in speed on, and it's not just the interstate highways, it's state highways, it's county roads, it's town roads, it's village streets. It's just the exponential increase in speed from what we used to have all the way back, barely 10 years ago is just crazy out here. And, we keep saying, how much, the world's gone crazy and all that, and how far past crazy and off the rails. But I think all the way around, they have to figure out how to slow traffic back down to a reasonable speed, and I think that's kind of the first thing that somebody's got to look at here after we get done getting all these non-domiciled drivers out. It's crazy how you talked about that last night there, and how it just all of a sudden just blew up in this short period. Kind of the same deal since COVID. But anyways, what else did we have for you there? I don't know. We had something else I was going to talk about, but I don't know. I guess we'll have to figure out something else. But yeah, so it's good to get in here and do the hey Mike, and I can almost tell you how many days till Christmas, because I think at this point, you only have to take one sock off to do this, Your Honor? I don't know. It's getting pretty close there. You have to let us know there. You figure that out, and we'll check back at you there in a little bit there.
All right.
But as far as, we can do the weather real quick here. I don't know when exactly it's supposed to be. Pennsylvania is actually calling for winter weather advisory on their electronic signs here for Wednesday. So I don't know what part of, if it's going to try to be all of Pennsylvania or kind of that snow band that goes through the State College, Williamsport, and, that central PA, the I-80 and stuff like that up there. But they're talking on our local news, Western Maryland, out there in Garrett County, the far western end of the panhandle there, they're talking blizzard conditions out there. They're saying one of these storms coming through, and I'm not sure if it's the one for today or, Wednesday here or maybe possibly Fridays, but they're saying, of course, what you were talking about with the winds and that, but they're actually predicting blizzard conditions out there in Western Maryland. And you're right about the other part of the storm there, because they're saying Sunday morning there we're supposed to have a chance of snow there all the way across Maryland, all the way to the shore and Delaware and that. So anyways, that's about what we got going for you. But other than that, there we'll see what else we can find, get into, and what else we might be able to remember to get back at you with there. And maybe we'll stick around even for the loneliest hour today.
Got a full slate of deliveries tonight. All right, no half in it. Yeah, blizzard warnings. Those actually kick in at 10 o'clock a.m. this morning, Wednesday morning, 10 a.m. Wednesday to 10 a.m. Thursday. You know, eastern West Virginia, the westernmost portions of Maryland, as he called it, the Panhandle. Let's see, blizzard conditions, total accumulations 4 to 8 inches. Winds as high as 45 miles per hour. Travel will be very difficult. Widespread blowing snow could significantly reduce visibility. This could impact the Wednesday evening and Thursday morning commutes. And, of course, strong winds could cause tree damage. So a little more detail. An initial band of snow will move in late this morning into the early afternoon, creating blizzard conditions. There could be a break from those conditions during the afternoon, after which those conditions will set back in during the late afternoon and early evening hours. That's, no doubt about it. I'm looking here at the map from, where are we at? About Lewisburg, eastern West Virginia, up to Snowshoe, to Elkins, up to, was it Morgantown? And, the westernmost areas of the Maryland Panhandle. 844-3388. Hogan Transports, which offers trucking services, full-service truck leasing, and more, has been acquired by the vehicle rental giant we're all familiar with, Enterprise Mobility, which is the parent company of Enterprise Rent-A-Car, as well as National Car Rental and Alamo brands. Hogan operates more than 10,000 pieces of equipment at 50-plus locations around the country, a broad portfolio of commercial services, including full-service truck leasing, truck rental, dedicated trucking, and other customer-designed transportation and logistics solutions. Both companies are based in St. Louis. Hogan, they say, will operate separately for the foreseeable future, according to the announcement. Enterprise Mobility has a fleet of more than 2.4 million. Well, this is Class 1 through 6 vehicles, obviously, with their rental car operations and a broad portfolio of their own, fleet management, light and medium-duty truck rental. Canon reported Monday that Enterprise Mobility's president and CEO, Chrissy Taylor, said adding Hogan's business allows her company to expand services and their fleet to Class 7 and Class 8 heavy-duty trucks with specialized equipment, refrigerated trucks, trailers, flatbeds, automobile haulers, livestock trailers. Meanwhile, in other industry headlines, the governors of 2 Midwestern states issuing emergency declarations as a result of demand for heating fuel products that waive certain hours of service regulations for truckers hauling those commodities. Starting with Iowa, Governor Kim Reynolds says because of the high demand for heating products in the Midwest right now, the people of Iowa are being faced with extensive challenges to timely access heating fuel products. She also cited a disruption of a segment of the pipeline distribution system that's affecting heating fuel distribution terminals in the state and a larger portion of the Midwest region. Reynolds suspending rules pertaining to the hours of service for crews and drivers delivering propane, heating oil, natural gas, and other fuels used for residential, agriculture, and commercial heating purposes. This declaration is in effect through January 3rd at this point in time. Now, we're talking some of the bitterly cold, big-time sub-zero temperatures that are going to be sweeping in with these Arctic waves. there's going to be an incredible demand, a surge in electric consumption, and, of course, people trying to stay warm. Wisconsin is the other state where Governor Evers said demand for residential heating fuel is substantially heightened due to these winter weather conditions throughout the region. The Enterprise Pipeline Distribution System, with residential heating fuel distribution terminals within the state, reporting a pipeline disruption that started back in November that continues apparently to affect terminals in Wisconsin. Long wait times at those terminals and others in neighboring states, combined with the need to truck petroleum products over very long distances, has made it difficult for transporters to meet demand while complying with the hours of service regulations. This declaration suspending out-of-service regulations or hours of service, that is, for carriers and drivers of commercial vehicles while in the process of obtaining and transporting residential heating fuel to or from a terminal. That declaration through January the 2nd. It is 844-844-3388 to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Let me give you the scoop in regards to the FMCSA that will be meeting in Kansas City, Missouri, exchanging ideas on improving highway safety. It's the Midwest Commercial Vehicle Safety Summit. This is coming up December 16th and 17th at the Lowe's Kansas City Hotel. Now, word is truck drivers who log more highway miles than anyone are encouraged to attend the free 2-day event and provide some input. All right, so what do we have? Organized by Kansas State University, past editions of the Midwest Commercial Vehicle Safety Summit have brought together hundreds of government officials, university researchers, representatives for law enforcement agencies, insurance companies, nonprofit groups. These installments lacked a large showing of truck drivers. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association wants that to change this year. Executive Vice President Louis Pugh said that truck drivers are the true experts on highway safety, and those who are available should attend, give some input in discussions that could shape the future for trucking regulations. If you can attend, please come, he says. This is a chance for you to listen, ask questions, and give input to the Department of Transportation and others about the things that need to be done if they really want to improve highway safety. There's no one more knowledgeable about this topic than the professional drivers out there. Now, there's plenty of decision makers who care about highway safety, but they're not always sure about the right approach. That's why the men and women who make their living on the interstate need to point them in the right direction. I can assure you there will be plenty of safety advocates and others in attendance telling them a much different story about what has to be done to improve safety. Now, they say registration is free, but you have to complete that registration by the end of the day today, Wednesday, December the 10th. OOIDA has a link there for that registration online, and again, it's free. The summit kicks off at like 8:30 a.m. Tuesday, December 16th. The FMCSA Administrator Derek Bars and the Regional Field Administrator Winsome Lenfert are among the scheduled speakers there. Following the opening presentation with Bars and Lenfert, the Safety Summit will feature breakout sessions on various truck safety topics over the 2 days. Some of those topics will include the Truck Leasing Task Force, technology advancements for commercial vehicle safety, drug and alcohol prevention, the trucking economy overall, crash research, automation, which has become a big topic, ways to prevent speeding. Undoubtedly, when that discussion comes up, the safety advocates are going to be pointing out the way to prevent speeding is to put speed limiters on those commercial vehicles. They're not ending that fight. A couple of other topics: combating human trafficking, cargo theft, and freight fraud, which is big right now. OOIDA will be active in several of the sessions. Todd Spencer will participate in a session called the Truck Leasing Task Force, Findings, Impacts, and the Next Steps. That'll be from 1 till 2:30 on Tuesday. He'll be joined by other task force members, Steve Viselli and Steve Rush, discussing how these predatory lease purchase schemes negatively affect highway safety. From 3 to 4 on Tuesday in the afternoon, OOIDA Foundation Director Andrew King will be participating in a panel entitled Economic Signals, Freight Flows, and Safety Outcomes. He and C.H. Robinson's Matt Leo exploring how economic pressures shape the decisions carriers make and ultimately the safety outcomes. And then Louis Pugh will be joined at 10:30 a.m. Wednesday by several FMCSA officials for a session on fighting back cargo theft and fraud in the freight supply chain. Louis is going to provide some insight on how freight fraud can cripple small businesses in the trucking industry. The FMCSA's Ken Riddle and several others sharing what the agency is doing about it at this time. But, all right, pretty big deal. But keep in mind, registration needs to be done by the end of the day today. But it's free, and you could have your voice heard. All right, about a minute before news break, Eagle checks in as we'll kick off hour number 2. And, of course, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. That had to be a bit scary this past day. A team of Army specialists had to be called in to help after a semi-truck hauling howitzer rounds caught fire near Indianapolis this past day along Interstate 65. According to WRTV, the semi was hauling a load of about 300 howitzer rounds when the truck caught fire. Location where the fire started not released, but an Army explosive ordnance disposal team called to the scene to help manage the situation involving the explosives there. I-65 was shut down for about 4 hours as teams worked to render those munitions safe. No injuries. Interstate has since reopened. I guess that could have been ugly, though. All right, for 2 decades, TEL has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tel360.com.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A shooting at Kentucky State University in Frankfort on Tuesday left a student dead and another critically injured. Police say the suspect, who is not a student, is in custody. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear calls it an isolated incident. Students and staff are receiving support. President Trump is unveiling his $12 billion farm aid package.
This relief will provide much needed certainty to farmers as they get this year's harvest to market and look ahead to next year's crops. And it'll help them continue their efforts to lower food prices for American families.
During a roundtable at the White House, Trump insisted the money was not in response to farmers being hit hard by his tariff policies, but rather due to the Biden administration's bad policies. The announcement comes as the Trump administration says it's making affordability its number one issue. John Summers, USA Radio News.
President Trump says he's told President Xi of China that the U.S. will permit NVIDIA to ship some AI chips to approved customers in China.
The company's H200 chip is a full generation behind the latest chip, considered the most advanced high-powered AI chip available. President wrote on Truth Social that the U.S. government's taking a 25% cut of sales, up from a previously announced 15%. This ends what's effectively a ban on sales of AI chips from U.S. companies to China. Trump says Intel, AMD, and other American companies can also sell similar chips to that country. I'm Jim Roop.
The Supreme Court heard Vice President J.D. Vance's challenge to long-standing limits on National Party committee spending alongside candidates. Conservatives argue the caps infringe on free speech, while liberals defend them. The ruling could reshape campaign finance and shift power towards political parties over outside super PACs. Wall Street closed lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 179 points. The S&P 500 dropped 6 points, and the Nasdaq gained 30 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength
and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
A federal judge has authorized the Justice Department to unseal a large batch of records from the Ghislaine Maxwell sex trafficking case, as required under a new law President Trump signed demanding transparency in the Epstein investigations. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis says he welcomes the lawsuit, which was threatened by the Council on American Islamic Relations.
CAIR threatening the lawsuit against DeSantis in response to his declaring the nation's largest Muslim civil rights and advocacy organization a terrorist group. DeSantis says they're strong bait for the terror designation.
There's no question. A lot of it is financial. That's why I think a lawsuit is something that we very much welcome. That will give the state of Florida discovery rights to be able to subpoena the bank records.
Meanwhile, CAIR issued a statement accusing DeSantis of being Israel first and an enemy of anyone that supports Palestine, saying, "We'll see you in court." Karen Curtis, Miami.
Progress has been made, but air quality monitors are still picking up dangerous levels of toxic gas coming from the Mexican sewage issue in San Diego.
The air quality stations along the border have been active for a year now, and the sewage spills are still setting off periodic warnings for hydrogen sulfide. The levels are down from the peak in September of 2024, when the gas was found at concentrations almost 100 times above California safety standards. But the Voice of San Diego says hydrogen sulfide is still above EPA health standards from San Isidro to Imperial Beach, especially at a monitoring station at Berry Elementary School, just north of the Tijuana River, where the gas has stayed at unsafe levels for the last year. I'm Jack Cronin.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
And now back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Back at it here as we get a new day underway. Midweek coming on just like that. Trust your week's going well. All right, hump day, here it comes. And hello to Gregory. Check it in. 41 degrees in Superior, Wyoming tonight. Bam Bam in the house. Good to have you on board. Hello from Bob in Michigan. There's Kevin. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. So around the country, it's 844-844-3388. Horse Feathers was talking about the whole Netflix deal. I don't know where it's going to go. Netflix looking to purchase Warner Brothers, and then, of course, now Paramount coming back, unleashing a hostile takeover bid. Trying to pry the studio out of Netflix hands. A hostile bid. I mean, their hostile bid was like $108 billion. And according to this report, a hostile bid of that size is not a counteroffer. It's a declaration of war. Fox News contributor and New York Post journalist Charlie Gasparino reported that a Trump-aligned regulator already believes the deal's doomed. Warner Brothers is far more likely to walk away with their $5.8 billion breakup fee versus surviving what they call the regulatory firing squad, according to the regulator. That's kind of like Washington speak for this thing's dead on arrival. Now, he explains Netflix, which now has a slew of rivals and 300 million subscribers worldwide, has utterly changed the way we watch television, movies. Most all of us. It's an American success story of the highest degree. Remember sending back Blockbuster DVDs to the company in a red envelope when Netflix first started? Yes, I remember those days. And at that point in time, I felt like this is never going to work. I mean, all I have to do is go around the corner to my neighborhood Blockbuster. It's all right there. But, man, was I wrong on that. Now, they say this could be the largest entertainment land grab since the actual studio system began. Movie theater groups are already calling the Netflix version of the merger an extinction-level event. One insider said if Netflix takes full control, movie theaters will die faster than we can count them. Paramount's attempt to seize the studio only adds more panic to a business that's already fighting for its life. We'll see where it goes, but hey, big money, big business. Netflix insists that they faced competition from the likes of YouTube and TikTok. But short-form social media is not really competing to make billion-dollar franchises. This merger wouldn't just tilt the playing field. Insiders say it would literally bulldoze it. All right, 844-844-3388. Get Eagle out of the box to get this hour underway. What's happening, Eagle?
Yeah, hello?
Hey, we got you there. What's happening?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Loud and clear.
Okay, yeah, hold on. Let me turn this thing off. Okay, yeah, I can hear you better now. Yeah, Steve, I got some things to talk about before I get to Donald Trump, his situation. I'm gonna roll this truck. I'm going home this weekend. They got some good football games coming on this weekend. NFL, they got so many good games on. I don't know which one to watch. It's the 1 o'clock and the 4 o'clock games. Gonna be some good games, and then I hit back out on the road and run until about the 24th or 25th, and that's gonna be it for me. When I get home, I think I'm gonna take off the rest of the year and come back in 26. I don't think I'm coming back after Christmas. I think I'll hold off after Christmas, relax until the new year and see what happens. So I'm going to drive the wheels off this truck the next week or so. And then that's going to be it for me for 25.
Wow.
Now, getting to the situation with Trump. You know, he held a rally today, Steve, in Pennsylvania, and Donald Trump was on fire. He was on fire tonight. He was hitting on all cylinders. What he was talking about. We got a man that's in the White House, Steve, that's actually proud of the country that he's the leader of. I never seen Joe Biden hold a rally like that when he was president, telling people to be happy and proud of the USA, and if you don't like it here, you can get the hell out and don't let the door hit you in the rear on the way out. You know, he talked about good old Omar tonight. Good old Omar out of Minnesota. He talked about her, and he said some things. It'll probably be in the headlines of the news tomorrow morning, but who cares, because she deserved everything he said about her, this imposter. So she'll get what she deserves, Steve. Like I said, hopefully it'll. And when you know what I always say when I say lead a country, I'm talking a one-way. Ain't no round trip. Ain't no round trip ticket gonna be bought for Omar once she hits Somalia. Hopefully she don't come back. So now let's move on to another individual that's been in the news. And you said last night, unfortunately, just like I told you about the Al Green guy down in Texas, the other loudmouth that tries to get Trump impeached all the time. Jasmine Crockett, she comes from Texas, but we don't claim her. At least I don't. She doesn't represent me. Nothing that she says means absolutely nothing. And hopefully she won't get that Senate seat down in Texas. I'm hoping that the people of Texas. She had the nerve to say yesterday that Texas was Trump country and people vote for Trump, but that's all about to change. That they're about to go Democrat and vote for her. I got bad news for people in Texas not gonna vote for her.
All right.
So she can keep open. But hopefully they'll slam the door in her face and she won't get the job. Because like I say, the more she opens her mouth, the stupider she sounds. So people, she's showing her true colors about what she's all about. So hopefully I won't vote. I know the people that I'm associated with want nothing to do with her. She's been disowned in the state of Texas, as far as I'm concerned. Now, as far as the other situation goes, Steve, with Pete Hicks, Trump he talked about that tonight, about what I was talking to you about, these drug boats, these drug runners. And you know, Donald Trump is saying that the drugs are not going to be allowed to be transported into America, just like he's supposed to do. And yet you got the Democrats that are still trying to throw a monkey wrench in those plans. Everything this man is doing. You know something, Steve? Trump said tonight, man, that do you realize that if a Democrat was to get back into the White House in 2028, such as that loser out in California, he said some things. You know what these guys? They probably would take a bulldozer and bulldoze the wall down in air from California all the way to Texas and leave the border and open it wide open for all these people that Trump is deporting. These clowns would probably let them all back in and change all the rules and regulations that Trump is trying to make happen in America right now, Steve. This is how stupid these people are. And so American people, they better wake up. And like Trump was saying, that's why he held the rally tonight, was to try to get people ready for the midterms, to get the American people to not to go Democrat and to stay with Trump in the Trump train for the next 3 years and hopefully on into 28. Because if a Democrat gets back in the White House, Steve, this country, they're going to make sure that they destroy the country. Joe Biden, he almost accomplished what he wanted to do, but he didn't quite get the job done. Kamala Harris was going to finish that job, but luckily she didn't get in. But Trump said, this is the last opportunity for America. If a Democrat gets in at 28, the America that we know of right now, Steve, will no longer exist. I promise you. Gavin Newsom or any other Democrat that gets in, they're going to make sure that the America we live in now no longer exists. And I thank you for taking my call.
Eagle, thanks for checking in here. Yes, the president kind of kicking off. Yeah, this is going to be some extended tour, but they're in, where was he? Pennsylvania, talking about the deal with U.S. Steel. There it is. Yeah, Pennsylvania rally. Touting their success in keeping U.S. Steel in the United States after he gave the green light for the company's purchase by Japan's Nippon Steel. It's a $15 billion deal. Telling the audience what we saved. This little group of people and me saved a little company called U.S. Steel. Speaking at the Mount Airy Casino Resort in Mount Pocono. They're in northeastern Pennsylvania this past day. And it's a hot pistol now. We have the keys to the company. It's going to be here. It's not moving. Yeah, they said, well, what happens if it moves to Japan? I said, you can't move a steel mill to Japan. You can move a headquarters, but the steel mill stays here. That's all that matters. Under the terms of the deal, U.S. Steel became a wholly owned subsidiary of Nippon Steel, but retained their name and headquarters in Pittsburgh. Nippon Steel plans to invest $14 billion in U.S. Steel's operations, including up to $4 billion in a new steel mill. The company also pledged to honor agreements with the United Steelworkers Union and committed to preserving American jobs. The Biden administration initially opposed the deal, and I'll tell you, the company is spending billions and billions of dollars. They're building a lot of additional plants. It's actually turning out to be beyond what anybody thought was possible. But we had to save U.S. Steel, one of the greatest companies for a long period of time. Years ago, the greatest company anywhere in the world. Now, the rally just days after U.S. Steel announced they're going to resume making steel slabs at their Granite City Works plant in Illinois. The company shut down the last blast furnace there in 23 and moved to close their steel processing mill in September, but reversing course on the processing mill and said they're going to step further, one step further, by restarting steelmaking and reopening the blast furnace that they idled 2 years ago during strikes by the United Auto Workers. Trump actually credited his tariff policy to help reignite steel production there in Pennsylvania. The tariffs have filled it up because people are coming here. Other steel companies are coming to Pennsylvania now because they don't want to spend 100%, 50%, 25% on tariffs. And that's looking out to save American jobs and American workers, right? Hey, it's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Why? Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for industrial injection torque lock injector cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, hello to Drummer Girl this morning. 33 degrees in northeast Philly tonight. Yeah, she said President Trump was actually less than 2 hours away from my house, but I was working. Didn't get a chance to see him. All right. Good to have you with us. See what the CNI dog has happening out there.
How you doing? I'm on the turnpike going east, and we just got some steady rain. Temperature on the dashboard is 37 degrees. I believe the winds are coming out of the south at about 14 miles an hour. Just north of us, I believe in the Wisconsin-Michigan line, is quite a bit of snow.
Mm-hmm.
One of my friends, Lester, that you've talked to in the past, shut it down for the night because he says it's come down pretty good, pretty iced up there.
Really getting ugly, huh?
But I'm great. Yeah, I'm grateful for the rain, though, opposed to snow. I would love to go to that forum, but it kind of like crept upon me. You know, I didn't hear anything about it. I have a bunch of thoughts I'd like to share with you, if that's okay. And if you want to disagree with any of them, go ahead. Or if anybody wants to call in and disagree with them, I'm all for it. Maybe you can change the way I think about things. But I've talked about things in the past. He talks about putting the genie back in the bottle. The problem is, I call it the cue ball theory, where you got, the rack of balls sitting there, and you shoot the cue ball at it, and it just spreads everything all over the place.
Right.
I think that bad driving habits and road rage is very addictive behavior. And we have to kind of address it probably on a one-to-one basis, like education and stuff like that, and show people, what happens when you're involved in a bad wreck, or, what could happen to your driving privileges and all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking maybe they ran a campaign of, Have You Ever Been Mellow by Olivia Newton-John. I think that would make a great video. I mean, I've already pictured the idea of how that would play out. But, things like some truckers, they like to play games out on the road with other truckers. And one of the biggest problems is pitting another trucker out in the left lane, and then you get all these four-wheelers that try to get around the turtle race, as we talked about many, many times. And that's probably one of the biggest problems. But even on the residential streets, you got people who pull out into the flow of traffic, and taking chances, And I've seen quite a few accidents lately. Matter of fact, I've even seen a few people drive off in the snow. I wonder if people are coming to a complete stop in the right lane and for no reason forcing people to take evasive actions to prevent an accident. But I think it's a great idea to look at that.
Mm-hmm.
And I would love to go, but I just don't have the time. And like I said, if I knew way ahead of time, I probably could have planned for it.
Could have tried to schedule it, yeah.
What's your opinion?
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot discussed, and like they said, no doubt that the special interest groups, the advocates for highway safety and all that, they're all going to be there pushing the narrative of speed limiters. Obviously, the freight theft thing, we've been talking a lot about that. That's going to be a big topic.
Yeah, that it seems to be a very big problem. I'm wondering if they could put almost all trailers on GPS. I know some companies that have GPS on their trailers, and they seem to be pretty effective.
Mm-hmm. So, maybe over time, companies start installing GPS systems, like a tracker, like a, what they call it, AirTag or... Yeah, for as easily accessible as they are these days, I can't imagine why everyone's not using those to see where's my freight, where's my load at. Hey, wait, that's going the wrong direction. What's going on? Try to get ahead of it, before it disappears. But all right, good to hear from you, C&I Dog. Have a great morning. So clear lines at 844-844-3388. Got some issues south of the border. Farmers and truck drivers across Mexico ramping up protests and highway blockades that are paralyzing some of the major border crossings right now. Details just ahead here. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A shooting at Kentucky State University in Frankfort left a student dead and another critically injured. Police responded shortly after 3:30 p.m., secured the campus, and took a suspect into custody. Young Hall is the scene of the incident. Counseling services are being made available to both staff and students. A new study links Vietnam-era Agent Orange exposure to a rare blood cancer called myelodysplastic syndrome, which can take decades to develop. Researchers say the finding could finally help affected veterans qualify for VA benefits. The study shows exposed troops often develop the disease earlier and face more aggressive forms that can progress to leukemia. Wall Street closed lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 179 points. The S&P 500 dropped 6 points, and the Nasdaq gained 30 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care, and here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join Medi-Share and save even more than usual. For many families, joining Medi-Share means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. More than 1 million people are part of healthcare sharing now because it just makes so much sense right now. And Medi-Share is the gold standard. Members like it a lot. We know this from member surveys. Medi-Share has been around for over 30 years. It is a proven thing. And if you join before December 15th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they'll waive your application fee. So you save $100 right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline's December 15th. Call now. You'll save even more. Here's the number. It's 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
To have you on for the ride as we roll into a Wednesday. How about a hump day? There you go. Hey, good morning, 5-7. Copy the mail. Go Navy. All right. Meanwhile, on the college football scene, this whole thing with Notre Dame being snubbed by the playoff committee. Interesting story this past morning said, hey, it happens to everyone. But it won't happen to Notre Dame again? How's that? In all the chaos following the mysterious exclusion of Notre Dame from the 12-team field, after having the Irish ranked in the top 12 for over a month, Notre Dame's athletic director revealed this little nugget in a conversation to Yahoo Sports. Beginning in the 2026 season, if the Irish are ranked in the top 12 by the committee, they'll be guaranteed a spot in the college football playoff bracket. That per a memorandum of understanding signed by CFP officials. Now, it goes on, in addition, should the CFP field expand to 14 teams, the Irish would be guaranteed a spot if they ranked 13th or higher. Should the much-talked-about 16-team bracket become a reality next year or at any point in the future, the Irish would need to sign a new memorandum of understanding with the committee. Of course, to Irish fans, that's all too little too late. Had that memorandum been in effect this year, it would have guaranteed the 11th ranked Irish a playoff spot, rather than excluding them as the first team outside the playoff bracket. Yeah, Breitbart Sports reported earlier this week the tension centered around the committee's handling of the debate between Notre Dame and Miami. While Miami defeated Notre Dame in the first game of the season, the committee's first rankings had the Irish ranked 10th and the Hurricanes ranked 18th. It's important to note the committee was well aware of Notre Dame's opening season loss to Miami, yet they had Notre Dame ranked 8 spots higher than the Canes. All that happened over the next 5 weeks was that Notre Dame won all their games and Miami won all of its games. Neither Notre Dame nor Miami lost a game over the next 5 weeks. Notre Dame remained ahead of the Hurricanes until the final poll when the committee suddenly moved Miami ahead. Now, he aired his frustrations with the committee's mixed signals in that interview with Yahoo Sports. He says, quote, "There's no explanation that could possibly be given to explain the outcome here. As I said to the head coach, Marcus Freeman, one thing is for sure, any rankings or show prior to this last one is an absolute joke and a waste of time. Why put these young athletes through these false emotions just to pull the rug out from underneath them? Having not played a game in 2 weeks, and then a group of people in a room shatter their dreams. Yeah, we feel like the playoff was stolen from the student athletes. Of course, they subsequently have now declined a bowl invitation after learning of their exclusion from the playoffs, but I don't know. So is that a one-off memorandum of understanding? What's going to change? I do know originally the deadline for that expansion to the 16 teams was supposed to have been completed like December 1st. They extended that, I believe, till, January 23rd, if memory serves, is the new date. So there's still talk behind the scenes about that additional expansion come into play. Hey, what's going on, Big Ed?
Yeah, and I guarantee you, if they expand to 16 teams, there's going to always be somebody crying that they got the shot. So my answer to Notre Dame, you should have took care of business. Real simple. The whole season is a tournament. If you'd have took care of business, we wouldn't be having this discussion. Now, is it wrong for Alabama to be in there? Yeah, well, I'd rather see Oklahoma play Notre Dame, but I ain't the one that's making that call. So we got to take what they give us, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel their pain, but if you would have took care of business, and I think Alabama, based on the strength of schedule, is what got them there. And number two, that they played in conference championship with Notre Dame.
Mm-hmm.
Other than football, you know, you're in a conference with your regular sports, but sorry, go join the damn conference, you know. It's just that simple. Play by the rules. And Notre Dame wants everybody to change the rules to fit their narrative. That ain't the way it works. You're outspoken and you're outvoted. I do know this. Well, I heard you and Heatwave discussing this morning. I like this, Steve. It sounded like you had him there when you was talking to Heatwave.
Got to get my man card back, Ed.
I was really... Well, you're getting there. You're getting there. And good word for Heatwave. I was looking at next year's schedule, and I do believe Oklahoma and the New Mexico Slow Bows are going to be playing each other. I ain't sure if it's out there or if it's in Norman, but I know they're on the schedule next year. So that's an improvement on his team as far as strengthening their schedule so they can get in on the conversation. I mean, you never know. If New Mexico was come into Norman and beat Oklahoma, yeah, boom, they're going to fire like a rocket to the top. But I need Oklahoma to beat Alabama because I've already got a hotel room reserved out there in Pasadena. just because I'm going to go to the Rose Bowl parade and the OU Indiana game if we get there. If we don't, then the trip's off, you know. I ain't going to lose no money. We'll just cancel the motel. So that's my plan for the New Year's.
Okay.
So I put my money where my mouth is. I know 3 of us is going, and for 2 nights it's $1,800. So we're going to split the cost of the room. And then I figured out how much gas I was going to need, and we're going to split the cost of gas, and all we got to do is eat, you know, and so we got that covered. So, and if the tickets, I'm basically looking at the tickets, should be able to get a nosebleed for $300. It all depends. But I'm willing to go pay the park and just go tailgate, and by the time the game gets going, then ticket prices will start coming down if there's any available. So you never know. So we're going to do our best. At least I put my money where my mouth is. So I'll tell you what I called in for, Steve. That's meeting they're having.
Yes.
Tomorrow, you say?
No, it's the 16th and 17th. It's a Wednesday, Thursday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 16th and 17th.
I mean, I wish I could go, but it's too late for me to even think about it. And the guys may disagree with me. The biggest issue that I see personally is the clock. How many guys call in here and that's the biggest gripe they're having is the clock?
Yeah.
Feeling like they're being forced to run out of their body clock. And I'm going to give you some examples. Because I don't think you're going to educate road rage out of the drivers. They're already starting to try to get a better grip on the safety on the highways by getting rid of these unqualified drivers. That's number one. That's the tip of the iceberg. We got to get rid of unqualified drivers. We don't need no more legislation. We don't need no more speed limiters. What they need to do is go in and work on this ELD clock for the drivers. When I pull into a receiver and they're sitting there eating my clock up, and I'm pulling out of there, then I've lost, say, 5, 6, 7 hours, and the delivery time that's scheduled, well, I've lost my delivery time or the comfort. Because in other words, let's say I was going from Raleigh, North Carolina to Kansas City with a load, all right?
Mm-hmm.
So they'd call me and say, we got this load. This is when they want it. So I would look at it, figure 55 miles an hour. I always figured 55 miles an hour. That's for traffic, backups, inclement weather, working myself. Because every day I would pull over and take a 30, 45-minute nap. I always did it. And if I couldn't meet it in that time frame, and I always tried to figure 3 hours of slow down time. And what slow down time am I referring to? From Raleigh to Kansas City, you're probably twice going to hit a backup where you lose anywhere between 30 to 45 minutes, hell, sometimes even an hour of driving because there's no way to turn off your clock when you're sitting in there. And these guys know what I'm talking about. When you're in a 5 or 10 mile backup that you can't get around, you're stuck. And there's no way to stop that clock. So I come out of it, and then all of a sudden I'm thinking, okay, I'm going to speed up a little bit because then now all of a sudden I'm losing my time that I figured in to get there at the time they wanted that load there at that delivery time. If I could stop my clock, it helps me to continue to drive at a safe speed. Are you with me on what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, yes, sir.
In other words, I'm not trying to increase my speed because I've already figured that time in. But what I can't figure in is when I lose hours on my clock. You can't figure it in. You can figure the slow down time. You can figure the speed limit time, but you cannot figure what you're losing. Are you with me? Are you staying with me?
I'm with you. Mm-hmm.
That makes more sense. That makes more sense for if you're going to deal with interstate commerce, then I've got to be able to operate in a safe and what we all consider a safe speed. Because I think the majority of your drivers out here, you might see one or two road rage drivers going on out here, but that ain't the majority of what's causing your accidents. You may have a tired driver that feel like he's under the gun, and he's got to have control of that clock. You give that driver the control of that clock, and most of your drivers are intelligent. They're not out here to just try to wreck. Nobody wants to go out here and just try to wreck. They just want to make a decent living and the most safest, efficient way they know how to do it. And when you start handcuffing them, then you're taking away that safety net that they try to operate. Because not everybody operates the same way. Everybody operates different. Me and Grump operate 10 times different. But I want to operate what I consider to be my safety net. And when you handcuff me by taking my time away with that clock, then that makes things a little difficult. Because there's times I probably was doing 65 when I should have been doing 60. I never really tried to run 65 because that's what I was governed at, and I always kept my speed limit below 65. And that's just in case I had a steer tire blowout. I can pick that front end up in that truck. I've been through 3 steer tire blowouts. So you never operate a truck at its top speed because then you lose that safety net if you have a steer tire blowout. And anybody that's had a steer tire blowout, I guarantee you, if they disagree with what I just said, then, well, they're wrong, that's for sure. So, but anyway, to me, it's all about the clocks. Speed limiters ain't gonna fix the issue. Now, one thing that might help, instead of handcuffing the drivers, you might go to the shippers and receivers and say, okay, if you're dealing with interstate commerce here, which they are, then you're going to give these trucks a place to park if they run out of time. If I'm coming to your facility, and there are some out there that'll do it, Publix down there just west of Birmingham. You go in there with the load, and they tell you, hey, if you run out of time, you go right out there and get your spot and take your 10 hours. I had that happen to me one time when I was there, and I told them, I said, I'm running out of time. They said, don't worry, when we get you unloaded, just go out there and park. Ain't nobody going to bother you. So hats off to Publix. I picked up a place in Florida getting a load, and I told them, I said, I'm running out of time. I was picking up water. I think it's Lee, Florida. And they said, don't worry, you get loaded, you got plenty of parking, go out there and find you a spot. Don't want nobody to bother you. But then you go to them places, they say, no, you can't stay here. We don't want you here. You got to go find a place to park. So you spend an hour or hour driving east or west, try to find a truck stop. And that's it. You can get into the truck stop. Or you're forced to park out there on the ramp. So, they might want to regulate some of these shippers and receivers to help alleviate some of this parking problem. Because there ain't nothing worse than everybody says, well, you just got to figure your time better. Well, that's the biggest crock of crap I ever heard, when a driver will say, you need to figure your time better. Don't give me that crap. When I have to spend 2 hours, because I would start 2 hours before I knew I was going to run out of time looking for a place to park. I find a place to park, and I still got an hour and a half to drive, but I can't drive because I know I'm not going to be able to find a safe, keyword here, safe, place to park. So I had to shut down an hour and a half at a time. You lose time that way. You see where I'm going with that?
Yeah.
So, yeah, but not regulating. And nobody knows this stuff, and they can probably speak better on the subject than I'm sitting there speaking on it. But those key areas, the clock and a safe place for these drivers to park, let the drivers run under their body clock, and that'll go a long way in stopping a lot of these accidents. That's just my wholesome opinion, Steve. So.
Yeah. Well,
I wanted to chime in on that.
All the topics they have on the list here, I don't see anything in regards to truck parking being on the list for this summit. The impact of ELDs will be one of their sessions. And I guess, obviously, when the impact of VLDs is the 14-hour clock, correct?
Correct. But one, even though they ain't got it on the list
docket
to talk about, one feeds into the other. The clock feeds into the parking. It's right there together.
Mm-hmm.
Even though it's not on it. If you get control of the clock, you might get control of the parking situation. Now, there may be a driver that disagree with me, but let's look at Ohio Buckeye boy there. Seems to me he runs his own trucks and he runs them in an efficient manner. I guarantee you he's never under the gun.
Mm-hmm.
Because I know he figures his delivery time is just based on what he knows he can do. So one will feed the other. It will take care of the other if they'll just look at that clock, giving the driver more time, slow it down, and then I'll be able to, if I lose 4 or 5 hours at the receiver and I'm leaving and I'm looking for a place to park, well, I've lost all my time. I sit there at the receiver or shipper, and then plus I'm going to lose time for trying to find a safe place to park. So it's all, the main point, it goes to the clock, and the main point is safe. How do we operate safe? But putting speed limiters on the trucks, I'm not trying to insult nobody, but that's just the dumbest damn thing I've ever heard, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
Really, it is. It's just damn dumb. If you're going to put speed limiters on trucks, put them on cars. Come on. We're out here doing interstate commerce. And then we've got to drive for ourselves, and plus we got to drive for them four-wheelers. So I wish they'd just wake the hell up and quit talking about speed limiters. I don't know who's the bright idea to come up with that, but they're so far from the truth they don't even know what the truth is. Well, Steve, I'm going to let you go, but I just want to chime in, and we'll talk at you here whenever.
All right. Thank you for chiming in. Big Ed, the prognosticator of prognosticators, as he's otherwise known. Let me get the rest of the story. In Mexico, where farmers and truck drivers are ramping up protests and highway blockades, according to FreightWaves, disrupting U.S.-Mexico freight flows. This has been ongoing for several weeks now, causing extensive delays, factory shutdowns, billions of dollars in halted exports. Apparently, demonstrations driven primarily by anger over proposed changes to Mexico's national water law and rising highway violence have intensified in northern states, including Chihuahua and Tamaulipas, as well as some key commercial corridors connecting to the United States. Blockades have also been reported around Mexico City and surrounding highways. The most severe disruptions have unfolded at the Ciudad Juarez-El Paso border crossing, where farmers blocked customs facilities for multiple days over the past couple weeks, stranding some 38,000 truckloads, generated an estimated $1.45 billion in unrealized exports. Now, a representative for the National Chamber of Freight Transportation said the gridlock left Juarez very close to running out of supplies, affecting fuel deliveries, essential goods. Plants reported stoppage issues due to raw material shortages, 30,000 workers experiencing technical downtime as production lines were halted. Export backlogs expected to take at least 10 days to clear, even after traffic normalizes, and some manufacturers have begun rerouting through Nogales and Nuevo Laredo, adding time as well as cost to the supply chains. In recent weeks, Mexican truckers and farmers have also obstructed the Bridge of Americas, linking El Paso in Juarez, the Mexicali-Calexico commercial crossing, the Reynosa Far International Bridge, one of the busiest produce and manufacturing gateways, road access into Mexico City and some of the key industrial zones. Truck drivers participating in the blockade say they're protesting rising highway insecurity, cargo theft, robberies, police extortion. A separate blockade from truck drivers in Nogales affecting cross-border shipments reportedly reached an agreement with authorities on November 27th. Several other issues they're dealing with there, but I didn't realize they had all that going on south of the border. All right, 844-844-3388, the number to dial us up as we close out hour number 2 here on a Wednesday morning. Lease with Tel and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit tel360.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A shooting at Kentucky State University in Frankfort on Tuesday afternoon left one student dead, another critically injured. Police say a suspect is in custody. The university confirms the incident happened on the South Campus. Governor Andy Beshear is asking for prayers for all those affected. President Trump is pushing Democrats to join Republicans and address the rising health care costs.
Trump spoke from the White House.
What I'm going to do is, if the Democrats go along with it, I want the money to be paid to the people to go out and buy their own health care.
Republicans in Congress have been struggling to secure bipartisan legislation that will head off the Affordable Care Act subsidies set to expire at the end of the year. About 22 million Americans will see a spike in premium costs if that happens. On Monday, Trump said he wants a fix of the system instead of extending the ACA subsidies once again. Trump says the Democrats' plan of extending the subsidies only enriches insurance companies. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Prosecutors have detailed the case against Luigi Mangione, accused of assassinating United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. Police arrested him after a 5-day manhunt, finding a forged ID and a backpack with a loaded gun and suppressor. Mangione has pled not guilty, facing state and federal charges, some carrying the death penalty, as his defense seeks to suppress evidence. Congress is taking aim at online predators. At a bipartisan Senate Judiciary hearing, parents shared emotional stories, including Tamia Woods, whose children were victims of sextortion. Scammers using nude photos of teens to demand money.
We can make sure that we have your back no matter what. I would give anything to have my son back.
Lawmakers report over 33,000 sextortion cases in 2024 and plan 3 new bills to better protect kids online. Wall Street closed lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 179 points. The S&P 500 dropped 6 points, and the Nasdaq gained 30 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
The Trump administration says they have reached a settlement with Missouri to shut down President Biden's SAVE student loan repayment plan. The deal would block new enrollments and move current borrowers into other repayment programs. The SAVE plan has been frozen since February after courts sided with several Republican-led states challenging its legality. Texas State University is using AI to detect liberal bias in classrooms. Associate Vice Provost Jeff Hausman.
We're making sure that our titles and our course descriptions are presenting inquiry rather than advocacy.
Professors were shown a video directing them to adopt an ideologically neutral tone, with the software flagging words like culturally diverse, decolonizing, and justice-oriented as potential red flags. Australia's child social media ban goes into effect.
It's the first of its kind in the world. The nation is restricting social media accounts for children younger than 16. The ban covers platforms from Meta like Facebook and Instagram, as well as apps like Snapchat, TikTok, X, formerly Twitter, YouTube, and others. The Australian government says it's protecting children from predatory algorithms. I'm Michael Kastner.
Former Vice President Kamala Harris is dismissing speculation about a 2028 presidential bid. She says she's focused on her historic figure status. A marble bust of Harris is set for display in Congress. I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
it here. Hope your week's going well. Hello, Scrapyard, waving all five at you. I'm pulling my hair out, waiting on this forklift driver operating at box turtle speed. Oh, boy. Come on, dude. Get on the ball. I ain't making no money just sitting here. That's the drill, right? I think it was Roy, I do believe, there in Northwest Illinois, forwarded a interesting story about oversized loads, super loads. And this is a monster. Looking at the photos, it's like, wow. How about 256 wheels? Trailers with 256 wheels carrying a super heavy load in northeast Alberta that started this past day and will continue that journey today. Now, while the journey from Lloydminster to Fort Saskatchewan would take most users about 2.5 hours, it's taken about, a whole lot longer. Significant delays due to the large size and weight, the shipment being transported. It was something operating in the petrochemical industry. Total weight, including the support equipment, 427,000 and some change kilograms. Trailer is going to be moving in a convoy with guide vehicles using the entire width of the highway, including the shoulder. Now, they departed this past morning. Let's see. That's already in the books. They will depart later this morning, Wednesday, from near Lamont at 9 a.m., taking Highway 15 westbound, before traveling north along Range Road 220, turning west into a work site there. But what a monster load, 256 wheels in total. Hey, we head down to Florida, see what's going on with Philip this morning. Hey there.
Hey, buddy. Yeah, he's probably got them SPMTs there so he can turn the corner.
Yep.
That's what they're using now. That's what they're using on all those boosters for the rockets now, so they can make the turns and stuff. If you want to see some interesting footage, go on YouTube and just YouTube and they're moving the Blue Origin New Glenn booster, and it's amazing to see something that big being moved and towing it with an Oshkosh, one of those big military tractors. It's pretty cool. Mm-hmm. Hey, Steve, last night we were talking about the penalties for changing ELD data.
Yes.
Remember I mentioned that? I would like to know what those penalties are. Okay, so if you're changing the exterior of the ELD itself, it's $16,000 per infraction.
Okay.
For changing data. Now that's on the company. That's on the company level. If you're doing it from like a company computer or another device other than the ELD. Now, the drivers themselves, and I don't know if the guys know this or not, I'm just reading what I'm reading. An infraction on an ELD violation, like a logbook violation, it could be anywhere from $1,000 to $10,000 a violation, depending on what you're doing and how you modify it. Plus, Steve, you know what the CSA score is, right?
Yes.
The score that every driver has.
Right.
Okay, it also documents it on your CSA score, so everybody can see it then. You know, I know a little bit about the CSA score, but I didn't know as much as I thought yesterday. And I tell you what, as a driver, anybody out there as a driver that has a CDL, you need to watch your CSA score. The reason why I say that is it's not so much because of your employment status, which it has to do a lot with your employment status as a driver. But that CSA score is pertinent for your well-being and to maintaining being in the industry. I mean, it's a lot more involved than what I thought. I used to thought it was this or that, but no, it's a lot more involved than what people know. This CSA. So as a driver, anybody out there that's listening to me that's a CSA or got a CSA score, you need to keep a monitor on that score, because that will dictate whether you're going to stay in the industry or not nowadays. I don't know if anybody knew that, Steve. I just thought I'd mention that. Have you heard much about that before?
Not the CSA was heavily discussed, and a lot of flaws in being able to contest things showing up on the CSA several years ago, but really haven't talked much about it as of late.
Everything you do as a driver, whether you make a logbook violation, you get a ticket, you get anything, an accident, it goes on that CSA, and it's on there, and companies are looking at that. They're looking at drivers. That is a big thing nowadays with picking a driver. So if you decide you want to change companies, you need to make sure that your CSA score is low. The more infractions you have, the higher that number is. It's not good for your employment status. And it's something that as company drivers need to look at it, as well as owner-operators, because owner-operators have probably got it even harder because they're controlling the company end of the administration side of it too. So they're being monitored not only as a driver, but also as their company, their LLC or whatever, how they have it set up, is monitored as well. So please, if you're out there, listening to me right now, keep an eye on that. When you mess up on your ELD, make sure you let somebody know about what's going on. I know I'm sounding like a concerned person with it, but it's just one of them deals, man. I just want to look out for everybody's well-being with this ELD. It's a little bit more involved than just a computer in your truck. You know what I mean, Steve? And I just want to let the guys and girls out there know about it. And when I started doing the research yesterday, I knew a little bit about this and that, but man, it's a little bit more involved than what people know. Especially when it's your livelihood and you're making your money. So I know I don't talk about the industry as much as some of the other guys do on here, and I'm not involved with it as much as anybody else, the rest of us that are, I'm just a guy from the outside, so to speak, nowadays, but I want to make sure that everybody understands what's going on around them. Them fines is pretty steep, $1,000 to $10,000 per infraction, Steve.
Yep.
That's a lot. That's a lot of money, man. So, but I just wanted to mention that real quick, and I hope everybody has a safe day.
Hey,
I'll catch you later, buddy. Thank you.
You got a minute for me. I wanted to ask you, what's your take and what's the discussion down there with, I guess, Miami elected a mayor, and they've got a Democrat for the first time in, how many years, since 97 or something? What's the word there?
I haven't heard much about it, Steve, but I could check it out for you. I do know that Miami is heavily Republican. Matter of fact, me and a friend of mine at Monorails yesterday, we were having a conversation about this. Do you know who Jerry Demings is, Steve?
I recognize the name.
Okay. Well, Val Demings, I'm pretty sure a lot of people know who she was.
There you go.
She was one of the Congress lady. That's her husband. His name is Jerry Demings. He is the mayor of Orange County, which is the county that Orlando's in. Okay, so Jerry Demings is running for governor of Florida. Okay, he's put his hand in the hat for the governor of Florida. All right, so me and my buddy got into a discussion yesterday about Jerry Demings and said, hey, he's highly Democratic. With how would you think he would do in Miami? And I'm like, I don't think he would do good at all because it's a very known Republican area. Most of President Trump's votes in Florida were not from the big cities in like say Orlando, Tampa, Jacksonville, the really super huge cities, Gainesville. It was from the rural areas of Florida because it's majority red. And I think Jerry Demings is going to go through that as well. he's going to have a problem because he's going to have to influence a lot of Republican folks that are in the state to come over and join him on his deal. And I think, that's a big deal with, like you were talking about Miami. If they've got a Democratic mayor now, that's kind of changed the game for down there, and it's Miami, the Latino population down there controls what's going on with Miami, and they're majority Republican down there, which it's very, like you said, that's kind of crazy. But I'm going to check it out for you, Steve. What do you think? Have you heard more about it?
I have not. Nope, have not.
Yeah, so one thing that we are doing down here in Florida is we're trying to do like Texas and realign our representatives for the state. That's one thing that's been really happening down here a lot. That's been in the news all the time down in here, is they're trying to do like Texas and get more votes. The Republicans are. It's one of the things they're trying to realign
right.
the districts and stuff to where they can get more votes. That's been all over it down here. I mean, it's been a very big thing down here, and Orange County is one of those ones that are trying to do it too. I mean, Orange County's been into it a lot. I mean, the state actually had Doge come down here. They had a version of the Doge for the state, investigate them, found a lot of crazy stuff going on with the books. There's been a lot of things happening down here, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this is Governor DeSantis' last term. I don't believe he can serve anymore after this. So it's going to be really interesting how our governor spot changes. A lot of these guys are running for governor now are totally different than what he wants. And we just see how it plays out. It's kind of the same way how y'all go through up there, and but it's crazy. It's really crazy. So politically down here right now. So. But that's all I got, buddy.
Right.
I appreciate it. I'll do some research on that one and check it out, see if I can get some more information on that for you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Democrat mayor in Miami. Yeah, redistricting. Yeah, that's big. We were just talking last evening about Indiana, where the committee has agreed with the redistricting effort there. I think a full vote is going to be taking place Thursday of this week, if memory serves. I've seen, the redistricting in Florida. Of course, California looking to flip things over to pick up more Democrat seats. It's kind of crazy what's going on. But the Supreme Court did, I guess you'd say, kind of set a precedent last week, finding that the Texas redistricting map was good to go. So the changes, that was a big win for the GOP, they say. 844-844-3388.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, back where we left off there. Coming up, we'll get to send your heat wave. First, Buckwheat on board. How's your week going, Buckwheat?
Oh, it's a little bit warmer than what it was yesterday. I think we seen 9 degrees yesterday morning at our house. So right now it's 31. So yeah, it's a little bit warmer. Don't take as much propane.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, about these safety of driving and stuff like that. I think a lot of with these introduction of these smartphones and stuff like that, people are in their own little cocoon. They're not paying attention to other things around them. Like and even when somebody tries to do something nice, they're not even I mean, it's such a shocking for them that they don't even respond to it. Because I was on driving around yesterday, and there at 322. It's a state highway, and there was somebody waiting to pull out of their driveway, and the car behind me sort of flashed their lights, and slowed down to let them pull out. Almost made me feel bad. But then the guy never pulled out of his driveway, and the car almost came to a stop behind me, backing up traffic to try to let this guy out. But he never seen it, and never took advantage of it. And it was like, wow, when somebody tries to be nice, you don't expect it. But I think everybody has a mentality that if you pass me at 85 mile an hour, I'm going to follow you. So that they're going 85 mile an hour, and and I like Big Ed's theory there. If you want speed limiters in the trucks, you put them in the cars too. And that'll be a stink and ruckus raised. But yeah, so anyhow, yeah, that stay-built stuff that there really does work, because I went to start my snowblower this past weekend, and it has been sitting for, I don't know, 10 months or something like that. I think I only used it one time last year.
Right.
And one pull, and it started.
There you go.
And I was pleased with that. Because I'm sort of concerned about how hard this snowblower is going to work, because I might not, if it snows this winter, I might not be able to use it. I'm going to have to watch somebody else use it. But so anyhow, hey, do you think Santa Claus can find me when I'm not at home? On Christmas vacation?
Oh, but you better give him advance notice. Where are we headed?
Well, we're heading to the big city of Philadelphia. I got last Thursday we went and met the surgeon, and December 23rd my surgery is scheduled to get this cancerous tumor out of me. And so hopefully we can get next week. We got all kinds of prep work and testing and CAT scans, EKGs, and that's next Thursday we have 3-4 tests in Philadelphia, and then the first thing in the morning, and then we got to run back to Lancaster and do some more tests. So hopefully we can put a good word in there for the AccuWeather gods, that they can give us good weather so I can get all these tests done. But so the game plan now is they're going to slice me open from top to bottom and go in there, and where the tumor's at, they're going to take it out, and then they're going to scrape everything out from where the tumor's at to where the kidney used to be. And, so hopefully I think before the surgery, you normally meet the surgeon and then tell him, hey, he can scrape out another 20 or 30 pounds of fat there, he can find it, just take it out, I'd appreciate that.
Right.
But, so I'll probably be in the hospital 3 to 5 days, and probably pretty much the month of January I'll be off work. So, yeah. So anyhow, then I can watch you, and then maybe I can harass you more when I'm not driving. I don't know.
Right.
But yeah, so that's what we're scheduled to do now. But so hey, I'm heading to New York City again. We got veal and lamb and sandwich meat and stuff like that, and so we'll get this load off and head back tomorrow and do it again. And that's pretty much all I have, and we'll speak at you later.
All right, lather, rinse, and repeat. And then, of course, I don't know. We'll see if maybe they're talking. They may see a little bit of the white stuff there along that I-95 corridor. New York, Philly, Boston, later this week. All righty, news break just around the corner. 844-3388. The number to dial us up. I see via social media post, Raul, is it Malo or Melo? The Mavericks lead singer, the iconic voice of the Mavericks, has passed away at the age of 60. Yeah, back when we were still playing music on the program, the Mavericks had several songs that my dad really liked. He often played "There Goes My Heart Again." "All You Ever Do Is Bring Me Down." Recall some of those. "Back in Your Arms Again." Raul Malo passing away at the age of 60. How about that? All right, we'll get a quick news break here. Tell gets you into a factory warranted truck with the maintenance support you need to stay on the road and out of the shop. Visit Tell360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A shooting at Kentucky State University in Frankfort left a student dead and another critically injured. Police responded shortly after 3:30 p.m., secured the campus, and took a suspect into custody. Young Hall is the scene of the incident. Counseling services are being made available to both staff and students. A new study links Vietnam-era Agent Orange exposure to a rare blood cancer called myelodysplastic syndrome, which can take decades to develop. Researchers say the finding could finally help affected veterans qualify for VA benefits. The study shows exposed troops often develop the disease earlier and face more aggressive forms that can progress to leukemia. Wall Street closed lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 179 points. The S&P 500 dropped 6 points, and the Nasdaq gained 30 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care, and here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join Medi-Share and save even more than usual. For many families, joining Medi-Share means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. More than 1 million people are part of healthcare sharing now because it just makes so much sense right now. And Medi-Share is the gold standard. Members like it a lot. We know this from member surveys. Medi-Share has been around for over 30 years. It is a proven thing. And if you join before December 15th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they'll waive your application fee. So you save $100 right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline's December 15th. Call now. You'll save even more. Here's the number. It's 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, welcome back. Promised we'd get to Senor Heatwave back on board this early Hump Day morning.
Well, good morning, senor. I can't believe Ed gave you props for taking on Minnesota, trying to win back your man card. Well, what about me? I doubled down. That's like a double dog dare, you know. I hate to go triple dog dare because I wouldn't want you getting your tongue stuck on the flagpole there, but you know what I mean. Like I said before, you can't trust a team like A&M to actually do anything without screwing something up. But, the Lobos, well, hell, they've never been to this point since 2016. And they've blown some games that they should have never lost. And then they lost 2 games that they should have rightly lost, one to Boise State and then one to Michigan. But when they played Michigan like they did, well, hell, the Lobos, they didn't embarrass themselves. And that was a spark of, well, maybe we got something good happening. So at least we're not in New Mexico State, where they started off 2-0. Then they lost a boatload of games in between that and in the 9th week. And they finished, what did they finish up? 4-8. So New Mexico State, you can always count on them to be losers. Every now and then they'll have a winning season, but no, they did a good job getting Jason Eck, E-C-T, Eck, or E-C-K, one of the two. I don't care about the name of the coach as long as he does good. And I don't know what kind of team Minnesota was this year. I don't know who all beat the hell out of them, but yeah, we're rather excited for our Lobos. And I thought I heard Ed put a slight to them, call them Slobos. Ed, are you with me? Well, you're talking about Democrat mayors. Albuquerque voted, and they have retained Mayor Keller for a third term. Now, it was a 58 to 42 decision percentages. But the silly thing is, of the Democrats that voted for him, half of them were already screaming and bitching about the homelessness in the city, the crime, and the drugs. But why in the hell would they vote for another 4 years of losing? It doesn't make sense. We want change, but let's stick with the same guy we've had. Does that make any sense? No, it does not. And the governor, that jackass she sent the National Guard to Albuquerque, but it really wasn't to do any law enforcement. It was just there to do the paperwork so law enforcement could have a free hand at bringing in some of these criminals, the bad guys. But we really didn't hear much about that. Plus, she sent the National Guard, to Rio Arriba. Thank you. I'm good. Rio Arriba County, where they had a very bad drug influence up there. But again, I don't know what the result was because it's been kind of hushed up. And if it were successful, she would have been beating on her breast going, look at what I did. Looky. Well, we really didn't hear anything more about it. It's just like, well, they were there. So what happened? I don't know. So it's a good thing she cannot run anymore. It's just, we've got quality people on the Republican side that can run the state as it's supposed to be run, as a business, instead of, somebody that just gives handouts to anybody that screams, I need help, except for a white person. They don't care about us white people. It's all, everyone else but white.
Yeah.
And it's a crying damn shame that it's come to that, it just gets me that, they're screaming at Trump for sending in the National Guard to be the law enforcement. And, of course, they're trained for these situations. I mean, they're the ones that go out as first responders to helping out people in fires and floods and disasters. And they've got to have a little bit of law enforcement training so they can go out there and make, these, I don't know if you want to call them arrests, but at least hold people until, they can, until they can be checked out.
For the most part, the National Guard in all these cities they're just there to help protect the immigrations and customs enforcement officers that are actually going in and making the arrests and things of that nature. They're more of a supporting role, and of course trying to keep the crowds back with all these idiots out there protesting.
Well, you know what? You can protest all you want, but when it turns violent, that, to me, I would say, respond in kind. And if you need to, go with extreme prejudice. I mean, if they're throwing glass, urine, S-bombs, and, they're actually shooting at you, of course, you're not going to respond throwing urine bottles or S-bombs or whatnot. But, if you're getting hit with lead, I think you ought to be able to return the fire and not be criticized for doing so. And there's a whole lot to do about nothing about these survivors of a bombing on these boats that are bringing these drugs into the country. I mean, how many barrels of gasoline do you really need if you're going on to a little jaunt like the USS Minnow?
Is it true?
Yeah.
Some of the Democrats, are they trying to say that those barrels are chum, that they're using that to chum, that they're fishermen? Did I hear that right?
You probably did. I haven't heard that, but I mean, just how damn stupid do they think we are? And if you have people clinging to a boat that has been, it's not like it's just a random shooting of a boat. They have intelligence letting them know, hey, this is what's on this boat.
Yeah.
This is what's going to such and such designated area. We've seen these people throw the cargo out into the ocean. I mean, this is not just some random willy-nilly, well, let's shoot this one and let's go for this one over here. No, these are drug runners. They know what they're doing. It's high stakes, and they're going to make money if they can get their load through. And if you have people that are clinging to a boat, well, they still have communications in that boat. Like I said, that one was capsized. Well, that means that there is an air pocket between the bottom of the boat and the top of the water. So if their communications is still operational, they're going to be giving out information on where they're at and, what to expect, which means they're still combatants or, they're not the helpless victims, and, Trump said, I will stop this. Well, he stopped it. And then that Venezuelan president, or whatever the hell country it is, I've rounded up my 5,600 troops to fend off an invasion. 5,600? Is that all you got?
I don't know.
I mean, hell.
I don't know. And I don't know what kind of munitions they have, what they've got, but yeah, along that line here. Yeah, Kevin shared this this past day, kind of explaining just that. Yeah, for one of the first times, the U.S. military didn't chase a drug-running boat, didn't warn it, didn't try to board it. They erased it from the water as it tore toward our coastline. And some are trying to pretend that's normal, but almost nothing like this ever happened during the cocaine wars or even the worst years of the opioid crisis. So why now? The answer is because fentanyl does not behave like drugs. It behaves like a man-made, lab-made poison that kills in grains, and no terrorist network have ever taken this many American lives at this scale. Around 100,000 Americans every year have died from overdoses in the early 2020s. Most involve fentanyl. Now, even after a recent dip, tens of thousands still are dying every year. Those numbers are not drug statistics. They are mass fatality figures. We've somehow learned to just tune out in this country. And the supply chain is brutally simple. China sends the chemicals, Mexico cooks the product, and then it enters this country any way possible. Car, truck, shipping container. And when those routes get tight, the cartels switch to fast boats, built to outrun almost anything on the water. Yeah, these boats are not hauling some weekend stash. They're moving loads strong enough on paper to kill entire zip codes if they were ever consumed. So when a vessel like this keeps running straight toward our coastline, that's not a political argument. It's a choice. Stop it. Stop it now or bury another generation of Americans later. That's what this footage shows. Not training, not Hollywood. The moment that we, the United States, are saying we've had enough. Now, this gentleman says, I've talked to parents who lost children to fentanyl. They don't care which party failed. They care that their child, in some cases their only child, stepped into a wrong moment, took one pill, and never came home. Nothing fills that empty bedroom. Nothing replaces that voice. Which is why some of the reactions online really feel detached from reality. You hear these people saying, they were fishermen. Come on. As Heatwave was just saying, real fishermen don't kill their lights and run 50 knots toward a coastline. Real fishermen don't ditch flags, dump cargo, or carve hidden compartments in their hulls. Real fishermen don't behave like they're trying to outrun a missile. Anyone who's watched an interdiction knows the difference. These ghost boats are not harmless. Every government on earth knows it. But here's the part the public rarely hears. A vessel in international waters that hides its flag or sails without one has far fewer protections under maritime law. Stateless boats are treated as fair game for law enforcement. Lawyers are going to argue over how far lethal force can go, but nobody's pretending that these craft are innocent fishing trips. And you hear the critics, the Adam Schiffs out there saying, war crimes. This falls under aggressive maritime enforcement powers nations have long used against unflagged drug-running vessels. So the legal debate will go on, but the body count that fentanyl has created in this country, that is not up for debate. Credit where it's due. This was a bold step by the current administration. One even major outlets are calling unusually aggressive. If this starts a real pattern, well, I say good. Just don't take your foot off the gas, because you cannot negotiate with a substance that kills in mere grains. You can't educate your way out of this. You can't hold another hearing and pretend that it fixes anything. Either a country protects its people or it does not. There's no middle ground. And when a nation refuses to defend its own, collapse does not arrive slowly. It arrives in funerals. It is 844-844-3388, to which I say very well said.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts. us or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
All right, coming up, we've got a recent report that we've discussed several times already on this program, revealing nearly 44% of the 16,000 truck driving schools in this country may be forced to close their doors if they lose their students after a review by the Federal Department of Transportation, as they may not be complying with government requirements. Back on December 1st, that's when the DOT announced they had plans to revoke the accreditation of nearly 3,000 schools unless they can comply with training requirements in the next 30 days. Now, the targeted schools have to notify students that their accreditation is in jeopardy. There's another 4,500 schools being warned they may face similar action. So what happens? Schools that lose accreditation will no longer be able to issue the certificates showing that a prospective driver has completed the training required to get a license. What does that mean? The result, likely, the students will abandon those schools. For one educational West Georgia Technical College, which offers a CDL training program, the impact of the announcement has been minimal. The school offers complete coursework in commercial truck driving on 2 campuses in the state of Georgia, one in Carrollton, one in LaGrange. The college president responding to request for comment from The Trucker publication about the sudden enforcement announcement by the DOT and the FMCSA, stating the number one priority always needs to be that every school or institution is responsible for training individuals to be safe and fully prepared CDL drivers. While the need is incredibly great, quality training is of paramount importance over quantity of completers. Now, the president, Julie Post, says she can't comment on the specific practices of the institutions that could be facing closure. She said she does see a bit of a driver shortage in Georgia, and an effective solution to that problem is needed. That being said, the ever-changing federal requirements do create some challenging opportunities with very little support and guidance from the agency. New modernized testing does not eliminate training according to the driver entry entry-level driver training standards. In the state of Georgia, I can attest that random checks of driver training programs are conducted, she says. I can confirm that West Georgia Technical College does everything within their CDL program, leadership, curriculum, operations, training, testing, all to abide by the system. Georgia, federal regulations to make sure our drivers are prepared to be on the road safely. But this crackdown on truck driving schools and companies just the latest step to ensure truck drivers are qualified and eligible to hold a CDL. Now, she said support from federal agencies is going to be necessary for the training institutions when changes happen in testing or requirements and guide the efforts to be compliant. Yes, trucking industry groups have praised the effort to tighten up these licensing standards and make sure drivers can meet the basic English proficiency. Now, groups that represent the immigrant truck drivers say they believe that many qualified drivers and companies are being targeted simply because of their citizenship status. Those bad actors exploiting the loopholes, they're, of course, putting everybody at risk. All right, we'll pick up there as we head up toward the midnight hour on the West Coast, rolling into a Wednesday. All right, we'll get back. Looks like Horse Feathers back for round two, as Eagle is as well. First, let me remind you, operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. Tel gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A shooting at Kentucky State University in Frankfort on Tuesday left a student dead and another critically injured. Police say the suspect, who is not a student, is in custody. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear calls it an isolated incident. Students and staff are receiving support. President Trump is unveiling his $12 billion farm aid package.
This relief will provide much-needed certainty to farmers as they get this year's harvest to market and look ahead to next year's crops, and it'll help them continue their efforts to lower food prices for American families.
During a roundtable at the White House, Trump insisted the money was not in response to farmers being hit hard by his tariff policies, but rather due to the Biden administration's bad policies. The announcement comes as the Trump administration says it's making affordability its number One Issue. John Summers, USA Radio News.
President Trump says he's told President Xi of China that the U.S. will permit NVIDIA to ship some AI chips to approved customers in China.
The company's H200 chip is a full generation behind the latest chip, considered the most advanced high-powered AI chip available. President wrote on Truth Social that the U.S. government's taking a 25% cut of sales, up from a previously announced 15%. This ends what's effectively a ban on sales of AI chips from U.S. companies to China. Trump says Intel, AMD, and other American companies can also sell similar chips to that country. I'm Jim Roop.
The Supreme Court heard Vice President J.D. Vance's challenge to long-standing limits on National Party committee spending alongside candidates. Conservatives argue the caps infringe on free speech, while liberals defend them. The ruling could reshape campaign finance and shift power towards political parties over outside super PACs. Wall Street closed lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 179 points. The S&P 500 dropped 6 points, and the Nasdaq gained 30 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
A federal judge has authorized the Justice Department to unseal a large batch of records from the Ghislaine Maxwell sex trafficking case, as required under a new law President Trump signed demanding transparency in the Epstein investigations. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis says he welcomes the lawsuit, which was threatened by the Council on American Islamic Relations.
CAIR threatening the lawsuit against DeSantis in response to his declaring the nation's largest Muslim civil rights and advocacy organization a terrorist group. DeSantis says they're strong bait for the terror designation.
There's no question. A lot of it is financial. That's why I think a lawsuit is something that we very much welcome. That will give the state of Florida discovery rights to be able to subpoena the bank records.
Meanwhile, CAIR issued a statement accusing DeSantis of being Israel first and an enemy of anyone that supports Palestine, saying, "We'll see you in court." Karen Curtis, Miami.
Progress has been made, but air quality monitors are still picking up dangerous levels of toxic gas coming from the Mexican sewage issue in San Diego.
The air quality stations along the border have been active for a year now, and the sewage spills are still setting off periodic warnings for hydrogen sulfide. The levels are down from the peak in September of 2024, when the gas was found at concentrations almost 100 times above California safety standards. But the Voice of San Diego says hydrogen sulfide is still above EPA health standards from San Ysidro to Imperial Beach, especially at a monitoring station at Berry Elementary School, just north of the Tijuana River, where the gas has stayed at unsafe levels for the last year. I'm Jack Cronin.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
One of the largest classes in the NTPA is our next spotlight, and the battle for second was much closer than the battle for the title. From the NTPA headquarters in Marion, Ohio, I'm Greg Hunter with the NTPA Overnight Report. A total of 40 trucks pulled during the 2025 Grand National events for the Superstock diesel trucks, and Shane Kellogg jumped out to an early lead in the points. With 12 pulls on the 2025 schedule, Mother Nature decided to shorten it to a 10-pull schedule after raining out Fort Recovery. Shane started the season in his truck he calls Trump with a win in the first hook of the year at Hutchinson, and a second on the next night. That had him on top of the points leaving the first weekend of the season. With Shane making 11 poles in 2025, he had a very dominating year, claiming the crown by 29 points, which is very impressive, with only 10 events awarding points. As mentioned, he took a first and second in Hutchinson, then he went to Farley, which was not a points hook, but he took 15th. Then off to Toma with 2 solid hooks. A 4th and an 8th moved him to second in the points, leaving the second points weekend of the season. Then came Rockwell, and it proved to be a little bit of a tougher track after the rain earlier in the week. Shane managed a 6th on the first night and a 2nd on the second night of poling. That put him back on top of the points, where he stayed the rest of the year. After Rockwell, there was only 4 hooks remaining on the calendar, and Shane made the most of them, getting a 2nd and 8th in Poletown, then a win in Sandwich, Illinois, and a win to wrap up the season at the Enderley Pull-Off gave Shane the title. Actually, Shane basically had the title locked up after the win in Sandwich. As long as he got a measurable distance at the Enderley Pull-Off, he was the champ. Coming in second in the 2025 season was Craig Dickey in the Cummins Killer 3. In third, Marshall DeBrew in his 2015 Chevy he calls Flammable. Fourth was Jeremy Yeager in his truck he calls Trencher. In fifth, Corey Funk with the Funkin' Groovin'. Coming in sixth in the points was Ryan Funk with his 93 Dodge he calls Funkin' Movin'. Holding down seventh was the 2008 Ford of Nick and Don Gillette they call Top Shelf. In eighth was Van Hazley and his grandson Trip Hazley with the 97 Ram he calls Rock Hard Ram. In the ninth spot, Ted Dugan in his Chevy he calls Angry Shine. And rounding out the top 10 was Todd Dugan's second truck he calls Angry Farmer Penetrating Spray. Now you can keep up to date with everything going on in the world of truck and tractor pulling by just surfing over to ntpapoll.com. See the 2026 schedule, all the competitors, the results, and everything else you could possibly imagine. It's only a click away. ntpapoll.com. And now with the holidays here, it is the time to stop by shopntpa.com. You can get the pulling fan in your life the perfect shirt, hoodie, or collectible this holiday season. Get them before they're gone and in plenty of time for the holidays by ordering now. shopntpa.com. Don't forget to keep up with NTPA Championship Polling every Wednesday at 8 o'clock only on RFD TV. That's 8 o'clock Eastern Time. For the NTPA Overnight Report, I'm Greg Hunter. Remember, pull hard.
All right, we got a new hour underway and a new day underway as we cross over the midnight hour there on the West Coast. Shout out to Knucklebuster. He sends me an update in the sports world, which says the Ohio State football program is losing another assistant coach at a very inopportune time. They're already trying to juggle the departure of Brian Hartline to USF. Now they're going to have to try and figure out how to handle some of the coaching duties of the offensive line. With the news, the assistant coach of the offensive line, Marcus Johnson, is leaving to join Arkansas. Johnson joined the OSU staff under offensive line coach Tyler Bone this season after spending 2 years as the offensive line coach at Purdue. Before that, Johnson had coaching stops with Missouri, Duke, and Mississippi State. Now heading back to the Southeastern Conference should feel like home for Johnson. He was an offensive lineman for Ole Miss from 2001 to 04 before being drafted by the Minnesota Vikings in the 2005 NFL Draft, where he spent 4 seasons before playing his last season in the NFL for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in 2009. All right. Arkansas hiring Ohio State's Marcus Johnson and Memphis's Jeff Myers as offensive line coaches, according to CBS Sports. Now we'll see what Ryan Day says about Johnson and whether or not he'll finish out the season and how he decides to address this opening when it comes to staff moving forward. Oh boy, a little bit of an upset there in the sports world. All right, welcome back, Horse Feathers.
It sounds like that Marcus Johnson's quite the job hopper. What's he think he is, a radio disc jockey?
All right.
Jump from job to job to job like that? My God. I need more job titles than I don't know. But, hey, speaking of sports there real quick, in college football, since you're right on it, and you said something about 5'7" there, the old Chevy guy. Have you heard anything about Navy's quarterback at all?
I cannot say that I have. No, sir.
You got to look up this young man's credentials. He was supposed to be set up for some award that's kind of like the Heisman Trophy or something, or on the lines of that. But it also has to do with the academics with it. He's got like a 3.6 or a 3.8 grade point average, as well as his stats on the field. So you kind of try to find out who Navy's quarterback is there, see what you can dig up about him. But if when you go to college, you're not supposed to just go to throw the old pig skin around or chase it up and down the field. You're actually supposed to be there to get some sort of education, to actually, be a productive part of society for more than the few years that you're supposed to be out there entertaining the masses, I guess. But as I say, he's quite the example by the looks of it. Speaking of football there, did you see both the Baltimore Ravens and the Cincinnati Bengals still have a mathematical possibility to actually win the North Central Division there?
Really? Okay. Well, hell, last week, Cincinnati had to win out, and they lost. So now what have they done?
Well, that's what they got to do, I think, and I think that's what the Ravens has to do. And anyways, but the two of them are going to play each other this weekend. So after this weekend, one of them will not have the mathematical option to be able to actually win the Central North, whatever that is now. I don't know, whatever Pittsburgh's actually is in the lead of right now, and I don't know how they're in the lead, because they certainly haven't had that great a season either. So, anyways, maybe the Cleveland Browns should be the champion. They're just award it to the Cleveland Browns or something. But anyways, Philip there, he had a couple days ago. He said something about the planes that weren't landing on the runways, and I forget where one landed. I don't remember if it was in a field or something. And then the other one, he said, landed on I-95. I saw a video of that there. I don't believe the plane was trying to land on I-95, if this is the video I saw, but there happened to be a car between the plane and the highway itself. So when the plane came down, it actually landed on the car on the highway, and the car didn't make out quite so well as what you think. But you imagine that, Your Honor, just driving down the highway and have a plane just fall out of the sky on you? I'm just saying. Maybe that shadow on the ground there, maybe that wasn't a pterodactyl, that was flying above you.
Yeah, it sounds like the thing nightmares are made of.
Right? And we talked there about the Ring of Fire there the other morning, and I guess I missed that Alaska had an earthquake there, a 6.0 earthquake back in Thanksgiving time. So I guess that one got by. So now there's been like 3 major events there in less than a month. You got the earthquake in Japan, the earthquake in Alaska, and then the volcano going on there in Hawaii. So that's kind of something to kind of keep an eye on. I don't know. Mm-hmm. Things are either going to settle down, or something spectacular might happen. What was it? Dale Earnhardt said. I believe it was it the 18th of February in 2001? You're going to see something on Fox you ain't never seen before.
Yeah.
I think the first time that Fox held the a NASCAR event there on their network, and we all saw something we ain't never seen before that day. But anyways, the other thing Philip had there was the CSA scores for drivers, and I used to go to, when I get to the truck show there was a company out there that used to sit there with their computer running, and you could give them your driver's license number and sign a waiver, and they go clickety clack on the keyboard, and their printer would spit out your record. You have your CSA score there.
Mm-hmm.
But the only way I know of a driver to get that is you have to have a company do that for your pre-employment, your PSP,
Mm-hmm.
or you have to go online and do it yourself. But there's only two ways to get it. And as far as I know, the one way is you have to pay $10. Now, I don't know if it's still $10, but at the time you had to pay $10. Or you could actually go through the Freedom of Information Act if you wanted to go through all the paperwork and, jump through all the hoops of whatever you have to do to get the Freedom of Information Act. And I don't know, it takes a couple months to be able to get all that done if something else isn't going on at the time. But companies can look it up if, usually they, they have a charge for it as well, but I'm not sure if what the charge is for just doing it randomly, and I'm not sure if this, what they have to pay for a service to do it for the pre-employment screening there as well. But it's just something you got to remember is what the points are, and of course they're weighted. The first year there are more points, and the second year they go down, and the third year they go down, and driver points hang around for 3 years. Companies points, when you get an inspection, companies points, they only last for 2 years. That's fair. Not. Anyways there, so last thing I got for you there, you're talking about that oversized move up there up in Canada, and the unit that was doing it had 256 wheels, you said?
Correct.
Now, you got to remember, that's Canadian 256 wheels. You got to make an accounting of that. You bring it down here to America, it's nowhere near 256. You just figure out the exchange on that.
Yeah, okay.
All right. With that, we're letting you go.
All right. Thank you there. Appreciated, Horse Feathers. See if I think Eagle had some additional thoughts when it comes to the whole college football scenario. Welcome back, Eagle. What are you thinking?
Yeah. Something, Steve, when I talked to you on Sunday night, I hadn't looked at I had looked at the whole list of teams in this playoff deal. And I said some things about Notre Dame, and I still feel the same way, but I'm also having another thought. I listen to, like I said, I got my day full, while I'm driving the truck. I listen to a Paul Feinbaum show, guy on ESPN, a bald-head guy. He knows everything about college football.
Mm-hmm.
He's on every day on the radio from 2 o'clock to 6, 4-hour show. So I'm listening to him. Then I listen to you all night long. So most of the night. But my whole day is full with two of the best people on the radio, you and him. But I learned something, Steve. There's two teams that don't need to be in this deal, and the only reason they're in it is because they won the so-called conference, but the conference is a bunch of nobody. A lot of people don't even, if you ask the average person on the street, Steve, of these two teams that I'm about to name, a lot of people don't even know what state these teams are in. And these teams don't have no business being in the playoffs. You can't tell me that these teams would even be competitive with Notre Dame or Texas, two teams that should have been in there if these two losers wasn't installed. And that's Tulane University and James Madison. Now, ask the average citizen where Tulane University is, and I guarantee you they won't know where Tulane is located or James Madison.
Mm-hmm.
And if you look at the line scores for these two games, Steve, there are, I think the spread is like 15 points for one of them and like 18 for the other game. This playoff that these two guys are going to be involved in. The bettors are, the people already know that there's probably going to be a blowout game where I think one of them got to play Oregon, and I forgot who the other one is playing. But more than likely, these teams are going to get blown off the field. They have no business being in the playoffs. Notre Dame, and I don't care if Notre Dame didn't win. They lost a couple of ball games. Yeah, but they played a tougher schedule than James Madison and Tulane. Same thing with the University of Texas, and some couple other teams that got left out. This scenario, the way that they're handling this thing is totally ridiculous. The playoffs, they've done it before with SMU last year. They had no business being involved in it. They got blown out. Just because the team has a better win record than another team doesn't mean that they're a better team. And to show you how stupid these people are, in the final ratings of the poll at the end of the year, the big game down in Texas where I live at, University of Texas beat Texas A&M. But guess what? When they had the final poll out, Texas A&M was still ranked ahead of Texas in the poll. I can't remember what the number was. Now, how does that happen? How do you have a team that lost to another team, yet they're ranked higher than the other one when the final stand? So the whole system is bogus, and it's a joke. And you see what they did. They got a big controversy about what they're doing with Ohio State. And let me get to this game right here, the Georgia-Oklahoma game. Nobody wants to see that game. If you're going to have that game, you don't want to have it. They've already played one time this year, and we saw what happened. If you're going to have a playoff, they should have put those two teams against another squad so we can see a different ball game. Nobody wants to see the same game with Oklahoma and Alabama playing the first game out. Especially the way Alabama looked last game that they played against Georgia. So the whole thing is a joke. And you look at Ohio State, a lot of people are talking about the seed that they got is they got an unfair advantage because I forgot who they got to play. If the team that wins, Ohio State got a big advantage on the team that might have to come in and play Ohio State. So, we could see the same matchup again down the line with Ohio State and what is Indiana again?
Yeah.
And one other thing, right quick, Steve. One other thing I wanted to say before I hang up with you. Another guy that Ohio State better be looking for, Brian, the coach. He might be looking for a defensive coordinator because that guy that's his coordinator is a former NFL coach, and there's going to be some NFL jobs coming open in the next couple of weeks, and he might be consideration for one of those. I forgot what his name is, but he was on the New England Patriots coaching staff. He had one of the best defenses in college football at Ohio State, so his name definitely going to be popping up in the NFL, so he might be looking for a coordinator for his defense too. Now, one other thing I wanted to say right quick, Steve, about politics that I didn't talk about in the first call, and that was the situation with forget about the politics, about the truck driving deal. Another thing that's going to go down with the truck, you was talking about the speed regulators. Okay, now the speed, 68 miles an hour is a decent speed. Like I said, it's better than 65 or 62 if they was to do it. Me personally, I think speed should at least be 70 miles an hour. For all trucks, 70 is good enough speed. Owner operators, no owner operator should have a governor on his truck. The man makes his few payments. He makes the truck payment. He makes the fuel payment. He shouldn't have to drive a damn government truck if he paying all the bills. If you're the company truck, then you got to abide by what the company does. The way I look at that. But the problem I do have, and what might drive me out of truck driving and drive a whole lot of other people out, is these cameras. And we've talked about this before, and I'm seeing more and more trucking companies, Steve, installing these cameras in their truck. And they're watching these drivers and watching your every move, and any little mistake that you make is putting you out of a job. There's a guy on YouTube right now. I'm not gonna mention the company's name, but he made a YouTube video talking about he cleaning out his truck that he was driving the vehicle and something got caught on camera, and the safety department called him on his cell phone and told him to bring the truck to the terminal and terminate it when he got there about an incident that took place on the road. So these companies are watching you and the drivers with these in camera driver-facing cams. Luckily, like I said before, I don't have one in my truck, and if they ever install one in this truck, that'll be the last day I drive for this company. So I believe that's the future of truck driving, is these driver-facing cams, and then they really gonna have a driver shortage. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, very good. Eagle, thanks for checking back in there. About 25 past the hour. The border czar, Tom Homan, switching gears, says this past day that the Trump administration is conducting an extensive review of visa fraud in the Somali community there in Minnesota. His comments following Kristi Noem's recent guidance that 50% of visas in Minnesota are fraudulent, she said. Homan says the administration has ordered a full-scale crackdown to identify illegal entrants, national security threats, and individuals who entered the country through improperly vetted visa programs. We're going to look at all of them, he says. Now, the review includes those here illegally, of course, but also individuals here under a visa or some sort of an immigration process that are criminals, as well as anyone who poses public safety or national security risks, as he put it. A major focus will be migrants who entered through what he described as the lax Biden-era screening systems. Those who came through that were not properly vetted, did not provide documentation, who slipped through Biden's weak processes on giving visas. We're going the whole gamut. And we're going to deep dive all of this, and we're going to hold people accountable. He said the public should expect removals forthcoming. Yes, there are going to be multiple deportations coming, absolutely, he says. He also underscored the administration's renewed focus on assimilation and self-sufficiency, which are legal requirements for certain visa categories. When they come here under a legal program, they're required to be self-sufficient. A lot of them, the first thing they do when they get here is get on the public dole. Now, he dismissed any accusations that the enforcement push targets immigrants based on race or ethnicity. I'm so tired of them pulling this race card every time you turn around. ICE has arrested people from 180 different countries, Europe, Asia, South America. Immigration law, he says, is colorblind. There's one thing that matters. Do they follow the immigration law? Are they here legally? And did they break the law once they came here legally or illegally? That doesn't matter. We'll return after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A shooting at Kentucky State University in Frankfort left a student dead and another critically injured. Police responded shortly after 3:30 p.m., secured the campus, and took a suspect into custody. Young Hall is the scene of the incident. Counseling services are being made available to both staff and students. A new study links Vietnam-era Agent Orange exposure to a rare blood cancer called myelodysplastic syndrome, which can take decades to develop. Researchers say the finding could finally help affected veterans qualify for VA benefits. The study shows exposed troops often develop the disease earlier and face more aggressive forms that can progress to leukemia. Wall Street closed lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 179 points. The S&P 500 dropped 6 points, and the Nasdaq gained 30 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care, and here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join Medi-Share and save even more than usual. For many families, joining Medi-Share means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. More than 1 million people are part of healthcare sharing now because it just makes so much sense right now. And Medi-Share is the gold standard. Members like it a lot. We know this from member surveys. Medi-Share has been around for over 30 years. It is a proven thing. And if you join before December 15th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they'll waive your application fee. So you save $100 right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline's December 15th. Call now. You'll save even more. Here's the number. It's 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Anybody interested in an Epstein Files update? Yeah, even my wife was asking me, when is this crap going to end? I said, I don't know, honey. On and on it goes. Yeah, those on the left think somewhere there's got to be something we can hang Trump on. All right, the update says the files related to Epstein that the Justice Department plans to release, according to Representative James Comer of Kentucky, chair of the House Oversight Committee, it will be as transparent as possible. We'll have everything we've all been waiting to see, and we're going to make everything as transparent that we can make it. Now, what's that mean? Not going to see everything. Now, he said the only thing that's going to be redacted will be the names of some of the victims involved here. The Justice Department can publicly release investigative materials from the sex trafficking case against Ghislaine Maxwell, his longtime confidant. The judge made that order this past day, ruling that after the Justice Department in November asked 2 judges in New York to unseal the grand jury transcripts and exhibits from Maxwell and Epstein's cases, along with the investigative materials that could amount to hundreds of thousands of previously unreleased documents. The Kentucky congressman said his committee has been examining the bank records, how Epstein accumulated so much wealth, they say, has long been a mystery. There's a lot of curiosity as to where did his money come from? How did he accumulate such a vast amount of wealth? He said Epstein's estate was worth $250 million at the time of his death. That doesn't just happen. We're going to dive into that. He said he is confident the government does not have any Epstein client list, which has long been touted. We believe maybe there's a possibility we could get some names together of some people that may have been maybe in violation of the law when it comes to abusing these women. There are no plans to redact the names of anyone who did business with Epstein or flew on his private jet. We want to be transparent with who had any type of relationship with this guy. We want every name released, and then anyone whose name is released will have an opportunity to defend themselves, he says. They can say, look, I only knew Epstein through social circles in West Palm Beach, or social circles maybe in New York City. I never went to his island. Now, he said, while there will be people named who did nothing wrong, that will be the price of transparency. There's too big of a cloud of suspicion as to what was going on with Epstein. Too big of a cloud of suspicion as to what role, if any, the government played in any sort of a cover-up, he says. The American people want the truth. That's what my job's been with this investigation, which is to get the truth to the American people. But, hundreds of thousands of previously unreleased documents. Oh, boy. All right, clear lines at 844-844-3388. Can't help but chuckle. Horse Feathers talking about, hey, there's still a mathematical probability, of possibly the Bengals or the Ravens getting into the playoffs. How about maybe a 1 to 3% chance? Those aren't good odds, right? But what was that in the Dumb and Dumber movie when Jim Carrey says, so you're saying there's still a chance? It was like 1 in a million. They would need a near miracle. They have to win the remaining games. That's win out. Pittsburgh would have to lose most of theirs at the same time, essentially needing to win the AFC North title and have a realistic shot. The path to a wild card is all but impossible. I mean, they got a 4-9 record right now. They are 3 full games behind the first place Steelers. Steelers are at 7-6. So if they win all 4 remaining games, that end the season 8-9. Tiebreakers, sweeping the Ravens, which they will be facing, I believe, this week, and that would help. But beating the Steelers in tiebreakers requires Pittsburgh to lose multiple AFC North games. Estimates place their odds at very low single-digit percentages after last weekend's loss, week number 14. Zach Taylor, the coach, says, well, the odds aren't zero. Emphasizing we have to focus on winning the remaining games due to the fact that our chances are not mathematically zero. Okay. I guess, the glass half full. Well, in the case here, the glass is about 90% empty. All right, on to a story that I had come across. I guess it's kind of making viral rounds via social media of a guy on a Royal Caribbean cruise who ultimately passed away on the cruise. Video. A guy was obviously very intoxicated and had got violent. Michael Virgil died on the cruise last year, and video caught him trying to beat down a door and then scuffling with security there. Well, the family is now suing Royal Caribbean because they believe they are, well, at least in part responsible for serving him too much alcohol. In court papers, Michael's fiancée is going after one of the world's largest cruise line companies for allegedly serving him at least 33 alcoholic beverages before his untimely death. According to the lawsuit, when Michael and Connie boarded the ship, Connie's his fiancée, along with their 7-year-old son, they found out their room wasn't ready. The suit claims they were then directed to a bar area while they waited, but after a long period of time, their son, who is autistic, was growing very impatient. To calm the young child, Connie took him to check on the cabin status, leaving Michael at the bar. During this time, the documents allege Michael was served dozens of drinks before he went off to look for their room. The ship was traveling from Los Angeles to Ensenada, Mexico. Lawsuit claims he was obviously in an intoxicated state. His search was fruitless, which made him agitated to the point where he started trying to break down doors. He took his shirt off. The video online, which appears to show him in the middle of his tirade when security ultimately swarmed in to subdue him. So they had just got on the ship. They hadn't even departed setting sail yet. According to the court documents, Michael fell victim to excessive force and fatal actions taken by crew members, including the security and medical personnel. Now, medical personnel apparently administered an injection, they say, of a sedative, something to calm this guy down. Haloperidol, I'm not familiar. He was also hit with multiple cans of pepper spray. Now, the allegations say those actions caused significant hypoxia and impaired ventilation, respiratory failure, cardiovascular instability, and ultimately cardiopulmonary arrest, leading to his death, which has been ruled a homicide. The lawsuit seeking damages, including loss of support, inheritance, past and future earnings, funeral and medical expenses, mental pain and suffering. Sounds like the kind of thing that'll most likely be settled out of court, I would think. But the bigger question, for anyone that's been on these cruises, if you do the drink package, and I think even nowadays, you have to use your sign-in sale card to purchase an alcoholic beverage. The drink package, you are cut off in any 24-hour window after 15 alcoholic beverages. Now, it can be 15 beers or it could be 15 shots of vodka or whiskey. But nonetheless, 15 is it. And if you've got the drink package, you are not allowed to purchase. You say, well, can I buy a drink from a buddy here? I'll pay, No. 15's your limit. 33, and who could actually consume 33 alcoholic beverages in that? I mean, it obviously had to be in just a matter of a few hours. Your cabins are always ready. Yeah, some are ready when you get on the ship at noon or 1 o'clock. In most cases, I think the latest is like by 4 in the afternoon. Yeah, cabin's ready. So I'm a tad bit confused. Who serves 33 alcoholic beverages? All right. Alcohol intoxication, for sure. It's 844-844-3388. Thanks for being along for the ride. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Tel's independent owner-operator program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. Tel has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Meanwhile, it looks like President Trump's getting a little agitated, maybe with Pam Bondi. I don't know, would you call this putting her on notice? Via Truth Social. Says, he posts, Pam, I have reviewed over 30 statements and posts saying that essentially, same old story as last time. All talk, no action. Nothing's being done. What about Comey? Adam Shifty Schiff? Letitia? They're all guilty as hell, but nothing's going to be done. Then we almost put in a Democrat-supported U.S. attorney in Virginia with a really bad Republican past, a woke rhino who was never going to do his job. Yeah, that's why two of the worst Democrat senators pushed so hard. He even lied to the media and said he quit, and that we had no case. No, I fired him, and there's a great case. And many lawyers and legal pundits say so. Lindsay Halligan is a really good lawyer, likes you a lot, by the way. We cannot delay any longer. It's killing our reputation. It's killing our credibility. They impeached me twice, indicted me 5 times over nothing. Justice must be served now. And as he likes to sign off, President DJT. I detect a little agitation with the Attorney General there. Meanwhile, about 9 before the hour, it's 844-844-3388. See what's going on with the right-wing nut.
Yes, right wing nut, yeah. Yeah, what was that, cruise lines again that allegedly serve 33 alcoholic beverages?
That'd be Royal Caribbean.
Well, I tell you what, would they mind someone bringing on their cough medicine from GMA and BS Enterprises to go along with that? By just asking for a friend. Not to say I would do it, but me and Charlie, we kind of, you know. So, anyways, what you're just talking about there with Pam Bondi. Ooh, she's a good-looking gal. Well, anyways, I tell you what. Them damn Democrats did a lot of things to Trump over nothing. And it was nothing. They just went out and reached for the stars and pulled something out of their, what's that planet? Uranus.
Yes.
Yeah. And nothing stuck. Yeah. And now you got something you can stick somebody with, and I mean, what is going on here? I mean, you don't want to look like it's political retribution, but I mean, if they're guiltier than hell, then they need to go ahead and be served and quartered and diced and sliced and, put away in a Tupperware container. I don't know. But, old Trump, he's getting up in his years. He's probably getting a little cranky because he only gets 4 hours of sleep, and you kind of wonder what he does the other 20 hours of the day. I tell you what, he was looking sharp at that Kennedy Center thing that they had with the King, George Strait. Yeah, and I guess he personally chose those people to come get the award. I mean, whoever thought Knights in Satan's Service, would be up there getting an award? My goodness gracious. And they didn't even have their makeup on. What the hell? But Sylvester Stallone, I tell you what, he's a short person, isn't he? What is he, 5'6", 5'7"? My goodness gracious, he looks so much bigger on TV.
Right.
And, I do too. I look like I weigh about 300 pounds and, 6'5", whatever. Yeah. And they say that TV puts on 30 pounds. But, all I can say is I have a face for radio. So, damn cigars, I tell you what. I need to find me something better than these Cubanos. I need to find me something that's got a little bit of rum mixed in with it. You know of any brand that's got that? And I'll take your answer off the air. Thanks for having me.
All right. Have a good morning there. The right-wing nut. All right, time for a quick market update. What do we have? How about that? The company is still around. We all remember the name Sega. Many of us had the Sega game system. It's still around. Trades in Japan with like a $3 billion market cap. It's one of those scenarios where you say, man, if I would have held on to that investment, if I would have made that initial investment, if I would have just bought 2 Berkshire Hathaway shares. In 1996, Sega, at the time, invested $5 million into the company NVIDIA. They sold it for like a $10 million profit a couple of years later. It's like, what a great return on investment, right? Put $5 million in, 15 out. According to NVIDIA's CEO, Jensen Huang, that Sega's stake, if they would have held on to that, it would be worth more than $1 trillion today. Wow. $1 trillion. Can I get it back? All right. Netflix, we discussed earlier, announced its acquisition of Warner Brothers last week. Paramount is not taking no for an answer. Paramount came back on Monday with that hostile bid of $108 billion, which is significantly more than Netflix offer. But isn't the deal with Netflix done? Well, not quite, because Paramount's bid is larger. Warner Brothers may actually be forced to at least consider it. That's because the board members of publicly traded companies have to do what is best for the shareholders. And sometimes that comes in the form of accepting the larger deal. The shareholders, that would be significantly more going into the pockets of each shareholder. And lastly, China's trade surplus, totaling more than $1 trillion the first 11 months of the year, despite fewer shipments to the United States. What does that mean? Well, that means China's exporting more goods to other countries. Last year, China had a trade surplus of $992 billion for the entire year, and they've already surpassed that here in 2025.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A shooting at Kentucky State University in Frankfort left a student dead and another critically injured. Police responded shortly after 3:30 p.m., secured the campus, and took a suspect into custody. Young Hall is the scene of the incident. Counseling services are being made available to both staff and students. Millions of student loan borrowers may have to start making payments once again.
The Trump administration announced a proposed settlement with Missouri to end a Biden-era program that paused payments. Borrowers who are enrolled in the Saving on a Valuable Education plan will have to choose a new repayment plan. An appeals court sided with Republican-led states and blocked the SAVE plan in February. Republicans argued the program was an illegal attempt by the Biden administration to circumvent a Supreme Court ruling that blocked his plan to cancel student loan debt in 2023. I'm Chris Coraggio.
A judge is ordering the mother of White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt's nephew released from ICE custody.
A judge is ordering Bruna Ferreira be released on bond from an ICE processing facility in Louisiana following her arrest last month. Ferreira shares custody of an 11-year-old with Michael Leavitt, the brother of White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. The judge's ruling allows Ferreira to return to Massachusetts for her case in Boston's immigration court. Homeland Security calls Ferreira a criminal illegal alien from Brazil who overstayed a tourist visa. I'm Rory O'Neill.
A new study links Vietnam-era Agent Orange exposure to a rare blood cancer called myelodysplastic syndrome, which can take decades to develop. Researchers say the finding could finally help affected veterans qualify for VA benefits. The study shows exposed troops often develop the disease earlier and face more aggressive forms that can progress to leukemia. Wall Street closed lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 179 points. The S&P 500 dropped 6 points, and the Nasdaq gained 30 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Twin brothers in New Jersey were arrested for plotting to hang Trump-appointed DHS official Tricia McLaughlin and threatening ICE officers. Both face federal charges including terroristic threats, illegal weapons possession, and cyber harassment. Acting ICE Director Todd Lyons says threats against law enforcement will be fully prosecuted. A Massachusetts church is defying Catholic leaders by keeping an anti-ICE nativity scene that replaces Mary, Joseph, and the baby Jesus with a sign that reads, "ICE was here." Parish leaders say the display is meant to spark dialogue on immigration, while the Archdiocese of Boston calls it divisive and not keeping with Catholic worship norms.
We are waiting for an opportunity of dialogue and clarity with Bishop Henning before reaching any final decisions.
Public reaction remains split. AAA reports the average price for a gallon of gasoline is $2.94. Highest prices are found in California. Lowest prices are found in Oklahoma. There will be a year without a Hanukkah. Now, this is not a ban, it's a calendar issue.
Hanukkah falls on a different day every year as the Hebrew calendar changes. But in the year 3031, there will be no Hanukkah. That's because the Hebrew calendar will fall out of sync with the Gregorian calendar, and Hanukkah will not fall in December. It'll come in January. And that means there'll be 2 Hanukkahs in 3032. But that's more than 1,000 years away, so no need to worry. I'm Bree Tennis.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Here we go. Final hour off and rolling. Rolling into Hump Day. Yes, indeed. Just 15 days till Christmas. Have you even started your Christmas shopping yet? Uh-oh. Time is of the essence. Hey, good morning, Truck and Phil. Happy Hump Day. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Stayville. How about a big shout out to the Knuckle Buster? All the veterans out there, get her done. Wow, what a difference a day can make. We're at 38 degrees with rain in Fort Wayne. Rain clearing away later. Big time winds in the mix today. Today, 30s. Starting off 30 degrees to a 32 in Newaygo, Michigan. Let's get the day started. Fort Wayne to Newaygo and back again. As always, Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. Yeah, let's check in with the Beach Bum early this Wednesday. What's going on, Beach Bum?
Good morning, Steve. How you doing?
Doing well. Hump Day. Hey, we're halfway there.
Yeah, you got that right. And this time last week, I was on a cruise ship, so it was good. I wanted to wait till after the top of the hour to give you a call. When you were talking about the guy that had the 33 drinks, I would be questioning that because there's no way in hell that you could get on a ship and suck down 33 drinks. I mean, that is, you can't even do that. They won't even allow you to do that.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
How did you know that he was served 33 drinks?
Right.
If she went to the room to check on the room, how does she know how many drinks he had? That's my question.
And I know, like I said, I mean, were you on a Royal Caribbean or were you on Carnival? Or I know Carnival's the only one I've ever been on, and I know that they cut you off at 15 drinks in a day.
Steve, we were on Carnival. We went out of Port Canaveral, and it was by far the best cruise that my wife and I had ever taken. The Port of Canaveral is one of the easiest ports to get in and get out of. Everything is very organized. They have the sheriff's department guiding you in, people guiding you out. I mean, it is very, very boom, 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 boom. Getting people off the ship and getting people on the ship. Now, we arrived at like 8:30 in the morning, and we were on the ship. Now, we didn't get to go to our stateroom until about 1 o'clock.
There you go.
But I mean, it was fantastic. And then when we got on the ship, they had the guys' burger bar, serving hot cheeseburgers and fries, and they had a salad bar was open. And nobody, and I mean, there was people having drinks, but I think 33 drinks, I would definitely be questioning that. And for people that are looking to go on a cruise, I'm telling you, the week after Thanksgiving is one of the best weeks to go cruising. Our ship wasn't even completely full, and it was fantastic.
Really? Interesting. Okay.
Absolutely. So if you want to get away, Steve, week after Thanksgiving is the best time to cruise, my friend.
And I think they really do get busy. A lot of people for whatever reason, do a cruise at Christmas time. They'll be celebrating Christmas on the seas.
Yeah. So I'll tell you another thing. Now, my wife, she's good at the computer and looking up different things. Now, my wife and I did not get the drink package, but we got the package where you could, as long as you were in a casino, doesn't mean you have to gamble, but our drinks were free while you were in a casino. So listen to this. You'll like this. So I gambled and had drinks for the same price it would cost my wife and I for a drink package, because it's like $400 and some per person, and it was like $975 out the door for 5 days on the cruise ship with us gambling and having drinks.
Wow.
That's a bargain.
There you go. Yeah. Now, as far as your gambling, did you give them back enough to cover the cost of the cruise, the drink package, or that's where they try to get you, you know?
Steve, I love my wife. We've been married 33 years. Lisa put in a $10 on the machine. Lisa was up $400, and I said, "Honey, cash out, cash out. Do not hit that button." She goes, "Oh, honey, I'm feeling lucky." Bing, 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 bing.
I'm on a roll.
In 12 minutes, she lost $400.
That's it.
But I love her.
Yeah.
I love her.
Been there, done that, brother.
So, but, so yeah, the week after Thanksgiving is the best time to cruise.
Very good. Well, hey, great to hear from you, Beach Bum. Very interesting. And it's the same thing that I was saying about 33 drinks, and especially before he ever even got in the stateroom. There's something doesn't add up there.
No, there's nothing that is BS. There's no way where the Royal Caribbean, Carnival, or Margaritaville would ever serve somebody 33 drinks before they set sail. I mean, I can't even drink that much. And even when I did get the drink package, I didn't even max out my drink pack. I just can't drink that much anymore. The older I get, I can't, 4 or 5 drinks in a day, that's fine. But 15, I can't even do 15.
Yeah.
That's why we never got the drink package. So, but if I don't talk to you, Merry Christmas to you and your family, and I'll talk to you soon.
All right, thanks for checking in. I don't know. Is he following Captain Ron or beating Captain Ron to the punch this morning? They're in the Sunshine State. All right, next up, the Environmental Protection Agency has removed any mention of fossil fuels from its popular online page explaining the causes of climate change. Now it only mentions natural phenomenon. Yeah, even as, many scientists calculate that nearly all the warming is due to human activity. I love how they like to say many scientists. Yeah, there are many scientists that say the climate is constantly changing. It has for thousands and hundreds of thousands of years. Where did we get the Ice Age? What caused the Dust Bowl and all those extreme temperatures in the 30s? Sometime in the past few days or weeks, the EPA altered some, but not all, of the climate change web pages, de-emphasizing and even deleting references to the burning of coal, oil, natural gas. The website's causes of climate change mentions the Earth's orbit, solar activity, Earth's reflectivity, volcanoes, natural carbon dioxide changes, but not the burning of fossil fuels. Several scientists and 3 former EPA officials tell the Associated Press that this is misleading. This is harmful. It's completely wrong, according to the University of California climate scientist Daniel Swain, who also noted that impacts, risks, and indicators of climate change on the EPA site are now broken links. this was a tool that I know for a fact a lot of educators used and a lot of people. Actually, one of the best designed, easy access climate change information websites for the entire country. Of course, earlier this year, the Trump administration removed the National Climate Assessment from government websites. .ed. All right. Climate change. Hey, it's a debate that goes on. Keep in mind, the whole debate was global warming. It wasn't climate change. It was global warming. Now, apparently, no matter what we do, according to these scientists, we're causing temperatures to rise. We're causing temperatures to fall. I guess we are responsible for the polar vortex much earlier than usual, dropping an incredible Arctic blast into the United States here in the month of December. Another of which will be arriving over the weekend. They're saying by Sunday, I think Sunday night, Monday morning, we're going to be talking wind chills in places like Chicago approaching 40 below. Now, that's wind chill, not actual air temperature, but it's going to be mighty, mighty cold, thanks to the polar vortex. Whose fault is that? Did you do that? Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
I gotta say, I'm a little bit confused. What is the deal with this whole 6-7 thing? Yeah, I hadn't even heard of it till right about Halloween, I guess it was. And all these people out trick-or-treating. And lo and behold, my son and daughter-in-law show up. He had a number 6 balloon, and she had the number 7, the big helium balloons. I said, what does that mean? Do you even know? Yeah, now, see, In-N-Out Burger has removed the number 6-7 from their ticket system after the viral 6-7 meme reportedly caused mobs of teenagers to flood restaurants. I don't get it. People Magazine confirmed with an LA employee this past year that the burger chain officially removed the number from their system last month after several videos across social media featured young people erupting in chaotic cheering at In-N-Out locations whenever that number would be announced. We have taken 6-7 out of the system. So whenever we're taking orders, it goes 6-6 to 6-8 because of people like you. There was an employee speaking to a young man in a video. That employee noted that the number 6-9 was also removed from the system for a similar reason. Okay, I get that one. But according to this report, the 6-7 originated from a song by some rapper named Skrilla entitled Doot Doot 6-7. The internet meme went viral after the Charlotte Hornets basketball point guard LaMelo Ball popularized the term, using it as a reference to his height. Yeah, the trend triggers whenever either number, 6 or 7, comes up. Teens start shouting out 6-7 repeatedly, gesturing with their palms up, alternating like a balanced scale. Now, I mentioned I heard about the term for the first time, and it was actually a news item when Dictionary.com listed 6-7 as the 2025 word of the year, which I had never heard of. Dictionary.com, word of the year, saying the term shows how seamlessly today's slang blends digital humor, sports culture, and generational creativity. It's part inside joke, part social signal, and part performance when people say it. They're not just repeating a meme, apparently. They're shouting a feeling. It's one of the first words of the year that works as an interjection, a burst of energy that spreads and connects people long before anyone agrees on what it actually means, according to the director of lexicography at the Dictionary Media Group. I still don't get it. What do you say, 6-7?
One of them damn fads that doesn't amount to a damn near.
I don't understand it. Yeah, it's crazy.
Hell, and hell knows where it comes from or what they're saying it comes from, and it doesn't amount to a rat's ass. I wish the heck I had days off. I'd go up here to Kansas City when them fine people with their big ears are up here going to listen to the truck drivers. I could fill them full of just what happens at plant life around here. And all these yahoos are coming in here, dropping parts and crap like that so we can keep busy that don't know the English language. Why can we promote the English language around here? But back what you were walking around here a little bit ago, I think another word's going to be out of their vocabulary, not very distant future. Climate justice. I think that's going to hit the proverbial barrier and disappear. But you didn't hear California say anything about their forest fires and all that pollutes more than any damn truck, any plane, any fossil fuels now, did you? They never do want to measure that.
Right.
But see, you can look this up. It came out of Kenner, Louisiana. Did you see what happened in Kenner last 2 or 3 days?
And what is it? No, sir.
There's a place called Brothers Food Mart. And some bastard that was working in there decided to lock them out. Who was down there? The Border Patrol. Locked out Gino and Bobino, whatever his name is. They locked him out. I'm sorry. I'm never in the right place at the right time. I would love to have been inside there with a baseball bat, a bottle or something, and whack somebody upside the damn head and say, hey, come on in here. And, hey, arrest me. Are you going to? I'm letting y'all in here. But to lock a facility that sells, I guess it's a fast food type of a food mart, Brothers Mart's what it's called, I want to say. Just because the Border Patrol. And, I mean, this is getting ridiculous, Steve. They didn't even want to sell anything to them.
So they had the agents outside, and they locked. What is it? Was it the manager or just whoever was running the place at the time?
I don't know whether the manager or some worker in there and locked them out. But come to find out, I guess they had a problem with immigration and financial problems and all that. So they were mad at Gregory Bobino. I'm sorry, I'm still mad over the way that judge up there treated him in Chicago. He had no business whatsoever. What they said he was doing wrong wasn't wrong if you're on the right side of the spectrum. You know how them liberal judges are. By the way, anybody coming around Kansas City, be damn careful. Last 30 minutes, being blowing out the yin.
I can hear the wind. I can hear the wind blowing there, and I can hear the wind blowing outside the secret bunker.
Oh, it's howling rough.
Yep, the wind chimes are singing big time this morning. And it's going to be one of those days. Being out there trying to run up and down, especially if you're in the crosswind scenario. In a high-profile vehicle with a light load or an empty trailer. We got the high wind warnings, especially back into parts of Wyoming and into portions of the Colorado Rockies. They're saying wind gust could approach 90. High wind warnings, portions of South Dakota, Nebraska, Iowa. Then it's wind advisories through much of Indiana, Ohio, Kentucky. I know in our area, they're anticipating gusts up to 40, possibly 50 miles per hour here for our Wednesday. And those winds will contribute to the blizzard conditions in eastern West Virginia and the westernmost portions of Maryland later today. All right, for 2 decades, Transport Enterprise Leasing has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and finance options. Learn more at tell360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A shooting at Kentucky State University in Frankfort left a student dead and another critically injured. Police responded shortly after 3:30 p.m., secured the campus, and took a suspect into custody. Young Hall is the scene of the incident. Counseling services are being made available to both staff and students. A new study links Vietnam-era Agent Orange exposure to a rare blood cancer called myelodysplastic syndrome, which can take decades to develop. Researchers say the finding could finally help affected veterans qualify for VA benefits. The study shows exposed troops often develop the disease earlier and face more aggressive forms that can progress to leukemia. Wall Street closed lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 179 points. The S&P 500 dropped 6 points, and the Nasdaq gained 30 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Come across some of these online scenarios. And oftentimes, at this day and age, you have to kind of double check everything, which is just what I was doing during the news break there. I saw a post where it says, the country of Japan has issued what they call a mega quake advisory. In other words, kind of alluding to the 7.5 magnitude quake, day before yesterday, may have been like a precursor. So I did a quick search, and I do see the weather agency has issued its highest level warning that a mega quake could follow Monday's 7.5 magnitude tremor. Authorities urging anyone living near the Pacific coast to remain vigilant throughout the coming week and prepare evacuation plans in case they have to flee their home. That warning covers about 800 miles stretching from Japan's northeastern coast from Chiba, just east of Tokyo, to Hokkaido. The Prime Minister urging members of the public to prepare, saying please take appropriate disaster prevention measures based on the principle that you are responsible for protecting your own life. Monday's earthquake injured at least 34. It did indeed trigger widespread tsunami warnings. All the alerts were later lifted. Nuclear power plants across northeast Japan conducted urgent inspections. But I guess Tuesday's notice was the first time this particular top-tier alert has been issued since that warning system was launched back in 2022. They've never been at this level. I don't know what scientists see or are looking at or why they suspect. Anytime you have an earthquake, it can be a precursor to something larger. And typically when you have a large event, there are many, many smaller events that follow, typically in short order, hundreds of lower level quakes. But that's quite interesting. Wow. Hey, good morning to the blind man.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Yeah, I remember 1994 was very, very cold. I had to get my parka out and go to work when the temperature was like 2 below zero, which is unusual. And I survived, of course. About cruises, I know a couple of blind people that go on cruises on a regular basis, and one of them has a dog guide, and the cruise line made accommodations for the dog, a sandbox for the dog to relieve himself, stuff like that. I'm just wondering, Beach Bum, did you see any braille markings on doorways and other items so the blind know exactly where they are? I know when I was at a Star Trek convention, the only way I could find my hotel room was to count doors until I found the right one, so my key would fit in correctly.
Mm-hmm.
But anyhow, that's all I really had to say, and I'll be yakking at you later.
Thank you very much, blind man. And I can vouch or attest to the fact that I do know on the cruise ships. Yeah, I've been on, like I said, Carnival many times in the past, but they've got the braille on all the elevators and all the doors. Yeah, where the room numbers are and whatnot. It's that's all there. So I just can't imagine trying to get around to navigate. Hard enough when you can see where you're going, but that's the life they have to live, right? See what's going on with, Senor Heatwave has a comment on what? Climate change? Morning, Heatwave.
Yes, yeah. Yes, sir. Thank you much. Hey, the volcanoes give out more carbon dioxide and pollution, a volcano, than the rest of us do.
Mm-hmm.
There was what year was it? Was it 1812 or 1814, somewhere around there, where we did not have a summer.
Year without the summer.
Because
yes.
I think it was the Krakatoa. Yeah,
and
Krakatoa.
All the particulate matter in the atmosphere blocking out the suns. Yes, correct.
Yes. and that was maybe a little bit before the Industrial Revolution. I don't know. I'm pretty sure that was, but even then, what we produce is nothing compared to what the earth gives out. I mean, anytime you have an earthquake, well, there's gases that are escaping from the cracks in the ground. I mean, you just can't think, well, it's just the surface, rearranging itself. Well, yeah, it is. But you have natural gases, methane, escaping. You have methane from swamps, and there's a bunch of them out there. We got ours in Louisiana and in Florida and whatnot, and then you got I just lost my train of thought. I guess that's what happens when you get older, huh? But I mean, even in the oceans, as deep as those caverns, the depths are in the oceans, you still have breaks. You have underwater volcanoes, and they also produce methane. So, I mean, have them explain to me how we were a lush, green planet, and then all of a sudden we went to the Ice Age, and then we come out of that. I mean, yeah, the asteroid that came in and hit right off the Yucatan Peninsula, I'm sure that had a lot to do with the climate change there. But I mean, most of this stuff is natural. I mean, just because I fart in the wind doesn't mean all of a sudden now there's going to be 30 or 40 birds dying because I farted. Unless I had, deviled eggs, but I don't eat that.
It's your okay.
But I mean, these people are getting crazy out here. We are the people. Well, you know what? If we, the people, are being bad, then go over there to China, where they're building a coal-generated power plant every 3 days, and tell them, hey, you need to, control your stuff there. Because, the world obviously goes around with the winds blowing, and what's one of the first places that polluted air is going to hit? Us. After it drops off some particles in the Pacific. I mean, we're always affected by somebody else, and then you got our environmentalists saying we are the problem. Well, no, we ain't. I think we're one of the most regulated countries that you just can't, you can't do anything out here without someone raising Cain. So, I mean, I don't know. What can I tell you? Of the recycled items that we get, that we put into the system, what is it? 20% actually get recycled. The rest get buried in the dumps. So, I don't know. Climate change is always constant, and we have it 4 times a year: spring, summer, fall, and winter. Yeah. So they can't pin it on humans.
That's based
or
on
animal farts.
That's based on something natural, isn't it? The rotation of the planet Earth, our proximity to the sun. And there is a lot going on the planet right now. Volcanic activity, earthquakes. We touched on the Ring of Fire last evening. It's very active right now. Who knows what another day may hold?
Carlson Pet Hospital.
Who's speaking?
This is Rick.
Rick, are you the feller that puts them dogs up after you take them in to groom?
No, not generally.
Yeah. Listen, I think you's the one that took our little dog. We had it in there last week for grooming.
What's the last name?
Mercer. It's a little poodle, little white French poodle. It's my wife's lap dog.
Okay.
And listen, we got him picked up her and brought it home, and he was missing a collar and the tags and such out there. As a collar my little stepdaughter wove out of her long hair. She wove it for him.
Okay.
Got it cut short last summer for softball, and she wove it hair left over her into the dog collar, and we lost that thing.
All right, let me get spell your last name for me.
It's Mercer. Listen, that ain't the worst of it, though. That dog we call him Marcel Marceau.
Uh-huh.
And the Marcel dug out of the fence and run off. And we found out that the pound had picked him up and put him to sleep before we could get out there because he didn't have no tags on him.
Well, I'm not aware of that situation.
But by God, they'd done it.
Let me see what I can find out. I'm not familiar with it, so let me see what I can find out.
What I was getting ready to tell you is that I expect y'all are going to pay for the damn dog. You are. Because you're the one that put him up and lost his damn collar and tags.
What day was this?
Thursday last week.
Thursday?
Yeah, last week. You're going to buy me another dog, and I figure somewhere betwixt $250 and $400 for a new French poodle.
Let me find out. Do you know, when did you pick the dog up?
Friday.
You picked it up Friday?
Yeah.
So we boarded it overnight?
Yeah, you boarded it overnight. Listen, I brought the dog in there with a hair collar and tags on it. We picked it up. The tags and the collar was gone.
Okay, do you know...
And the dog got out of the fence, and the pound picked it up and killed it.
Okay, when did you picked it up Friday at what time?
Hell, I don't know. All I know is we got a dead dog, and my wife is upset she can't hardly stand it.
I'm trying to find out exactly where the collar is and what happened. Is why I need to know the time.
Well, I don't know where it is, neither. I figured y'all lost it down there.
On Friday.
Listen, she's tore it up.
Okay.
She cries every time she sees his empty doggy dish over there.
Friday evening, or?
I don't know.
Okay,
all I know is I got a dead dog.
I'm going to try and find if the collar is here.
I'm coming down there here in about half an hour.
Okay.
And what I expect out of you is somewhere between $250 and $400. We might just call it even $350.
Hold on just a second.
Or you're going to get your damned ass whooped.
Hold on just a second.
I ain't holding on for nobody.
Okay, well, I need to find some information out here.
How big a boy are you?
That's got nothing to do with it. I need to find out some information so I can...
The only information you need to know is I got a dog that's dead, and it's y'all's fault.
Well, that's exactly what I'm trying to find out.
Poor little Marcel Marceau, you know, we named him that because he wouldn't bark.
Mm-hmm.
And he probably didn't even put up much of struggle.
Yeah, there's nothing down here.
How long has it been since you've had your ass whooped?
I don't know, but I tell you what, if you come on down, because there's nothing on this book, and there's no grooming, so that's fine. I mean, this is a situation that you come on down.
By God, I'm getting ready to.
Okay.
What do you look like?
Well, don't worry, you just come in and we'll take care of the situation, because
I guarantee you will.
There is no Mercer on these books, so I don't know if you've got the wrong place or what, but there is no Mercer on any of our grooming.
You done killed little Marcel.
Pardon me?
You done killed little Marcel.
No, I didn't. I did not kill your dog. I'm not into killing dogs. We're into saving dogs' lives.
Well, what you done was you lost his collar, and
I did not lose any dog's collar. I am not a groomer, and I did not lose any dog's collar. There is no Mercer down here, so I don't know if you've got the wrong business or what, but there is no Mercer on any of these grooming books.
Maybe you got it under Marcel's name. Maybe you got it under
Marcel.
Marceau?
No, none. Last Thursday, you said you brought it in Thursday and picked it up Friday, that we did not have any grooming at all last Thursday.
Dadgummit, every time I think of that little fella running real fast on the linoleum floor.
I sympathize.
Looked like he was running against the wind.
Like I said, we're in the business of saving dogs' lives, not taking them.
Well, that's what I'd figure, too.
That's why we're here.
Little half-eaten slipper off in the corner over there. It's a sad sight.
Uh-huh.
So not only did you lose my damn dog's collar, did you become a victim of a joke?
I know that. I know that. Is Paul right there with you? I'm not a victim of a joke. I know exactly what's going on.
Yeah, I bet you do.
Oh, yeah, I did. Paul Robertson had you dubbed because of the shit I've been giving him this day. I'm there.
Rick, this is Phil and Brent at KMOD Radio in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Hey, Tulsa, what's happening?
Hey, Rick.
Bring your dog on in and we'll groom it.
I ain't going to let you touch him now.
Mornings 6 to 10. Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com. Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed. Do that. So, hello to Steve in Columbus. Morning, Steve Summers, all the listeners out there. Well, we're halfway there. Looking forward to, a long weekend for them. Can't get here fast enough. Also looking forward to an unexpected plumbing project at the house after work today. But the coffee's fresh, the car's ready to go. Time to head into town. See what the day brings us. Yeah, we got our Alberta Clipper. This is number one of what's going to be several in the coming days, each bringing with it some unsettled weather, slippery driving conditions, wind. Wind is the big word today that will be impacting many traveling the highways through the northern, the Midwest, and eventually the northeastern USA. Out of Prairie City, Iowa here just a few hours ago. Focused on the trucking industry. High winds, plunging temperatures forecast across central Iowa, raising concerns for those drivers who spend more time on the highways than anybody else, and that's the truckers out there. FC Trucking owner Casey Cannon says the incoming weather, blowing snow, bitter cold, dangerous gusts, has her on alert. She says, my first thought is always the safety of my drivers. My last thing I want as a truck owner is to have drivers that are stuck on the side of the road in a cold truck that's not running. Now, across Iowa, many trucking companies are making similar calls. The Iowa Motor Truck Association president, Brendan Neville, said firms are not taking chances when conditions deteriorate. If there's a blizzard coming across I-80, a lot of trucking companies in Iowa, they're parking those trucks, she says. Iowa's major corridors make that decision even more urgent because Yeah, the midweek storm is likely to coincide with peak truck traffic. I-80 and I-35, essentially the crossroads of America, especially in the middle of the week. You're even going to have heavier truck traffic. Cannon said this storm may be compounded by unusual timing, a late-running construction season, and early winter weather may mean that dump trucks and salt haulers are sharing the road at the same time. Both of those come together along with all the other transportation that would normally happen. There are still more trucks on the road than I've seen in the last few years. Now, we could see some ground blizzard conditions. Portions of 3580. Trucking leaders say safety will take priority, whether that means slowing down, shutting down, or maybe finding a safe place to ride out the storm, as they say. All right, there you go. So it's going to be, you think Eastern Virginia, where we've got the blizzard warnings that have been hoisted, kicking in about 3 o'clock this afternoon, 3 o'clock Wednesday to 3 o'clock Thursday. They're saying 4 to 8 inches, but winds 45 miles per hour, sparking blizzard conditions, near zero visibility at times. Going to be kind of ugly out there. All right, lastly, on the trucking industry headlines, we see a sad scenario, a trucker that loses his life after a load of steel beams shifted going through the cab of his truck in Nashville, Tennessee, Monday night. Just about the time we were starting the show, westbound I-24 near the I-40 split there in Nashville. According to the Metro Nashville Police, the driver hauling 2 large steel beams abruptly applied the brakes, slowed traffic on the interstate. The beams broke loose, entering the cab of the truck. The truck veering to the left, coming to a rest against the retaining wall. No other vehicles ultimately involved in the crash. No one else was injured. According to police, the driver was tentatively identified as a 31-year-old male driver from Wisconsin. Prayers for the families there. Thank you so much for being with us. We'll do it again. We'll come back here at the midnight hour Eastern Time tonight for our next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.